Chapter 447. Who is the background of 175? Very good targeting, second update, _2. Compared to a few months ago, Yanlu was now beginning to show a formidable aura. As soon as Wang Qi entered and saw Yanlu, his face turned red and he didn't dare to speak. At the moment, he only sat together with Pu Xiaohan and the others. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, it was Yanlu who opened the door for them. She was invited by Qi Yundai to call the two of them. Miss Bai, young Master Jiang. Her gaze finally landed on Jiang He. Xiaoniao bro. Pu Xiaohan stood up before Yanlu could speak, and waved at Jiang He. Come sit here. Jiang He walked over reluctantly. As soon as Jiang Fulai entered, the atmosphere in the private room quieted down. He sat next to Jiang He with Bai Lian beside him, and Yanlu sat next to Bai Lian. It was just enough to fill up the round table. Pu Xiaohan put some meat on his plate with serving chopsticks and suddenly said, "In a while when the good people come out, there won't be enough seats." "We can do without Birdie bro," Wang Qi suggested. Pu Xiaohan's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Jiang He. Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He, feeling quite cheerful. He sat beside Bai Lian, his eyes lowered as he looked at his phone, with a cold air about him, but he did not disturb the others, and the classmates gradually became bolder. Bai Lian was talking with Yanlu. Great Yong has finished filming and is now doing post-production dubbing. Yanlu had some regrets. My line delivery is too weak. Bai Lian lowered her head and sipped a cup of clear tea, her voice dispersing. Director Wan said you performed well. Listening to Bai Lian's words, Yanlu couldn't help but tip her head to the side, observing Bai Lian intently, recalling what Director Wan had said to her. You know about your friend, right? She has a very special temperament. When you hit a bottleneck and don't know how to act, think about your friend. If she wasn't just a student not from the entertainment circle, I think she is like Miss Bai from the original story come to life. If she were willing to act, what chance would you have? At that time, Yanlu didn't yet know about Miss Bai's life experiences, and hadn't researched the character biography. Now that she had read through the entire script and written a character bio, observing Bai Lian made her feel that Director Wan's words weren't without reason. What is it? Bai Lian noticed her gaze, and set down her teacup. Yanlu snapped back to reality. A new song will be released at 8 this evening. And after that, Sister Xian is preparing to get me on 2 variety shows. She discussed her following arrangements with Bai Lian. The variety shows were for promoting Great Yong. And as for new dramas, Sister Xian wanted to wait until Great Yong was aired. By then, Yanlu would have fame, and the dramas would have better quality. Bai Lian picked up her chopsticks and leisurely picked up a piece of cooked corn, listening slowly to Yanlu. That's good, so the next song can wait. With those words, Yanlu suddenly remembered she was still a high school student. Miss Bai, you should focus on your college entrance exams first. Many were looking into who might be supporting Yanlu from behind. But who could know that behind Bai Jian, there still lay a diligent high school senior studying for exams. 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Yanlu's new song, Rewriting the Past, was released, it shot up to the top of the new song charts on various music apps and landed on Weibo's hot search. Unlike the previous 2 songs, the top hot comment below said, "After listening, I feel like I can get into Jiangjing University." Thanks to the hype of the previous 2 songs, this one became particularly popular among student groups, especially those who were studying for exams or about to enter the examination hall. As modern technology becomes more and more advanced, individuals face it as if they are facing the endless universe. There are too many people who find it hard to bear the feeling of helplessness. This song is like a wild festival, igniting the blood deep in people's bones. This song had a huge impact, even more fervent than the last, Gambling with Liquor. Beicheng and Qi Studio. His cigarette glowed intermittently in his hand as he looked at the overwhelming news, his expression darkening. An actor like Yanlu, being able to press a singer like him to this extent. If someone had told Qi half a year ago that Yanlu would threaten him, he wouldn't have believed a single word. Next to him, Manchi sat down, put out the cigarette. Qi's manager cursed as he finished a phone call. He looked down at Qi. Qi, hold off on releasing your song. Her momentum is too strong. If you release it now, it will be suppressed by her new song. It went without saying who she referred to. Man, she naturally knew about the heat on Weibo. She hadn't surfaced much in recent months, and internet memories were short. The incident of her accidental, finally came to an end. The price was that she hadn't gotten many high-profile endorsements in these months. She pressed against her brow, opened her phone, and frowned while looking at Yenlu's Weibo. Yenlu was nearing 10 million followers, not a lot. But man, she saw that the top 3 hot searches on Weibo were all about Yenlu. Her lips pressed tightly, realizing that rising to fame is really simple. She clicked on a hot search, scrolling through the comments. The phone of Enchi's manager rang again, and after he answered, his face darkened completely. Come Here Friend has decided to invite Yenlu. Come Here Friend is a variety show that invites friends over to chat and cook a meal together, and it was currently very popular online. The manager had had drinks with someone from the variety show twice. It was unexpected that they would invite Yenlu. Everyone knew that Yenlu's Great Young was in editing and would likely air during the summer break, and this top 3's production would 99% be a hit. The entertainment circle serves dishes according to the playback of productions, and this time it was Enchi's turn. Enchi stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Manzai's finger stopped on a comment as she was scrolling and suddenly paused. Am I the only one who thinks that a melody portion of this song's arrangement sounds very similar to the musical performance at the Music Academy 1 year ago? Enchi, look at this. Man, she handed her phone to Enchi. Enchi glanced down. There were no clear boundaries for plagiarism in music arrangements in the industry. After all, commonly used chord progressions like 4-5-3, 6-2-5-1 were still being used by people. As long as the internet trolls got moving, it would be fine. And she, holding the phone, asked the manager, have you figured out who's backing her? The music industry's pie is only so large. Yenlu, a non-original singer, had touched the interests of many singers, like Bai Jian and Jian. Newcomers previously unknown in the industry, easy targets. Chapter 448. Behind-the-scenes mastermind, the teacher found for Alien_1. Logically speaking, there are no secrets in the circle. The word and music composer and arranger behind Yenlu really just came out of nowhere. Looking back, there's no similar style to be found. Nowadays, with hip-hop and rap prevailing, there are only so many people in the traditional music circle. The agent suspected it was a couple of top-tier artists who created alternate accounts to pave the way for Yenlu. But no matter how long they investigated, they couldn't match these two with any known lyricist or music arranger in the circle. It's as if these two really did come into existence just for Yenlu. Other than hanging their names on Yenlu's new releases, almost nothing is known about them in the circle. Not their gender, not their age, nothing. The production quality of each of Yenlu's songs is top-notch, as well. The flute, pipa, and guzheng sounds, taken individually, each would be worth listening to on repeat. It's simple why Yenlu's third song immediately blew up. From the lyrics to the music, to the arrangement, to the singer, everyone involved seems like an expert. But oddly, no leads could be found. They didn't even know where Yenlu recorded the songs. To say Yenlu doesn't have a powerful backer seems baffling. Yet to say Yenlu does, well, she hasn't even landed any global endorsements yet, save for a single new product. Solid foundation paste. Neither Enchi nor Man she was interested in it. First, her ambiguous history with CEO Lu was all over the place, and there was no talk in the circle of her being particularly close to anyone. The agent shook his head. Yenlu's background was easy to check. These past few months Enchi didn't dare to act rashly, but Yenlu hasn't made any significant moves besides releasing songs. This time, not willing to be overshadowed by Yenlu's new song, Enchi decided he wouldn't remain passive any longer. He lowered his head. I understand. Enchi knew people at the Jiangjing Music Academy. Do you have a summary of your school's performance competitions over the years? Xiangcheng. In the private room, Pu Xiaohan and others were also watching Yenlu's new song. Wang Qi, sitting beside Pu Xiaohan, excitedly shared the link in the class group and put on his headphones. Come to your senses, Pu Xiaohan said to Wang Qi with a smirk. Weren't you a fan of Manxi before? You almost got into a fight with Zhang Erbi. How come you're a fan of Sister Lu now? Wang Qi had a deep memory of that slip-of-the-hand incident. He quickly gestured to Pu Xiaohan, relieved only after making sure Yan Lu hadn't noticed them, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Youthful ignorance, you know." From their few encounters, he felt Yan Lu was a decent person and quite charming. Understandable. Let's eat. Pu Xiaohan picked up some food for him with her chopsticks. Delicious, isn't it? While eating, Wang Qi scrolled through the comments under the song. After listening, fans started analyzing the lyrics of the song. Top tier as usual. He immediately noticed the second hottest comment. The name, The Never Setting Sun, is indeed nice. When will we take it back? Smirking, he laughed and then liked the comment. After everyone finished eating, Yan Lu offered to take the people from class 15 to karaoke. She knew that during her filming period, these kids often helped out at the Zhang family. Pu Xiaohan was the first to refuse. Sister Lu, let's wait until after our college entrance exam. Recently, everyone's been tortured by Alien, and the study god's notes to the point of sleeplessness. The learning atmosphere in class 15 has been good lately, probably moved by Lian and Ning Xiao's study schedules. There was also Lu Lingxi's heartfelt advice during the class meeting. High school and college indeed provide the best opportunities to break out of your original social class. It's hard to enlighten these students, but Lian makes a good poster child. That's true. Wang Qi sullenly crushed his can of cola. I'm also trying hard to study. Alien, when you guys ascend later, can you take me with you? Lian raised an eyebrow, giving him a look. Wang Qi was genuinely a bit sorrowful. I'm seriously afraid that after the exams, you'll either go to college in Beijing or Jiangjing, leaving me here chanting Makabaka. Listening to their conversation, Yan Lu realized that the group around the table were candidates preparing for exams. After finishing their meal, Lian and Yan Lu lagged behind. The other students were discussing problems up front. Jiang Fulai was following close to Lian, listening to Wang Qi and Pu Xiaohan discuss a math problem for a while. For about a minute, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Qi and Pu Xiaohan. Touching the back of his head and sensing a chill, Wang Qi said, "So if you substitute the trigonometric function, why is this problem so perverse? 2/3 times the square root of 3. Before he could finish, Jiang He, who was being led by the hand by Pu Xiaohan, looked up slowly and said, 2/5 times the square root of 3. Ha! Wang Qi and Pu Xiaohan stopped their discussion. Chapter 449. Behind-the-scenes mastermind, the teacher found for Alien_2. The two of them exchanged glances, then bowed their heads to pull out their mobile phones and check the answer. 2/5 times the square root of 3. Wang Qi. Xiaohan. What goes around comes around. The pair lifted their heads, pretending nothing had happened, not daring to discuss the problem in Jiang He's presence. I heard he's going to take the bar exam. Yan Lu came back today and visited Zhang Xi's with Mother Zhang, wearing a black mask and asking in a low voice, "Can he become a lawyer?" After all, it was a criminal offense. Lian didn't understand these things either. Jiang Fulai lowered his brow slightly. The temperature in the private room was cold, and he was holding a jacket in his hand, uttering only one sentence. Don't challenge Qi Lu's professionalism. Yan Lu was worried and anxious, which of course, Qi Yundai had already considered. She escorted Lian to the door where Xiaotian and the male assistant waited outside for Yan Lu. This is Xiaotian, you've met him. Yan Lu didn't dare to speak much to Jiang Fulai, but introduced the two new assistants to Lian. This one is Huang, a new assistant. Sometimes, when there are too many trolls, it's Huang who handles them. Even the most famous celebrities have trolls, let alone Yan Lu. Huang was very curious about Lian, but did not dare to ask more. After Lian and Jiang Fulai left, Huang asked Xiaotian in a low voice, "They're actually friends with Sister Lu? Who is this Miss Bai? How come Sister Xian hasn't signed her? With that aura and appearance, wouldn't she become a star if she entered the entertainment industry?" "Miss Bai is not interested in the entertainment industry," Xiaotian replied. "Otherwise, she would have been snapped up long ago, wouldn't she?" Yan Lu looked at the two of them. "You can also take a couple of days off." It wasn't late after dinner. Jiang Fulai drove Lian home, whereas Xiaohan was going to Ji Heng's place to shoot new material, so she went with Lian. Tomorrow would be March, and Ji-hung had already finalized the designs for the males and females, and began cutting and making clothes. Nearly 40 pieces of clothing needed to be rushed out by May, which was a bit of a tight schedule for 2 months. When the 4 people arrived at Ji-hung's courtyard, there were 3 people in the courtyard of Ji-hung. Seeing Xiaohan, Ji-hung introduced these ladies. These are embroideresses from around here, because there are too many clothes, and I was afraid we wouldn't make it in time for your graduation photos, so I asked them for help. Handcrafted clothes have a long production time. This is great, Xiaohan said excitedly to the 3 new embroideresses. Can you appear in the shot? Aunt Shen, having been briefed by Ji-hung, nodded to Xiaohan with some reservation. We can. Xiaohan immediately took out her camera from her bag and began filming details under the courtyard's lights. She planned to edit a video from the start of Ji-hung making the clothes until the whole class was dressed and had their graduation photos taken, which would be very meaningful as a keepsake. For this time's labor costs, Xiaohan contributed most of the funds and only a small portion came from the class fund. It's probably because Class 15's class fund was never depleted. Although Class 15 didn't have as substantial a background as Class 8, Xiaohan's video views were quite impressive, making her a little rich girl in Class 15. Ji-hung moved the embroidery frames to the side, and Jiang Fulai placed his coat on the stone table, helping to set things up. Ji-hung put down his smoking pipe, glanced at Jiang Fulai, and didn't say anything else. Xiaohan finished filming a segment and stopped next to Bai Lian. Lian's sister, bird brother is 8 years old, right? Right. Bai Lian glanced down at Jiang He, who was sitting on the stone bench nibbling on an apple, and hooked her lips slightly. Why? Never mind, Xiaohan muttered and walked away with heavy steps. After everyone left, Bai Lian leaned over slightly and flicked Jiang He's forehead with her hand. What have you done? That evening when they parted ways, she had noticed Class 15 looked as though they had taken a hit. The little bird brother refused to answer. Rewriting the Past topped the new song chart overnight. Besides the composition and arrangement, the lyrics of the song also trended on the hot search. The sun never sets. Xiao Bingwen looked at the last line of the lyrics and found it interesting as well. Next to him, Director Qin, who was speaking respectfully to Su Nanjing, heard the words and laughed, not quite understanding music, but this phrase he caught on to. Haha, stealing the idea, I love it, oh go have a listen. Director Qin didn't usually listen to songs. He just tuned into the radio when driving. He didn't pay attention to Yan Lu's new song. Now, however, he started searching for this new song on his phone. Beside him, Xiao Bingwen watched Director Qin, thinking that such an idea was really like something a Chen family member would have, a bandit-like idea. But the lyricist probably didn't mean it that way, right? Jiangjing. Su family. The evening still featured a family dinner. Ever since the Guohuai incident, all the people Su Jueming had planted next to Su Nanjing had been removed, which Su Jueming had anticipated. He would not have resorted to this if Su Nanjing hadn't made such a big move this time. With no one left inside, it became difficult for him to keep tabs on Su Nanjing. Although no one said anything out loud, Su Jueming knew that the Jiang family must have had a hand in the purge of Su Nanjing's inner circle. He really has some good luck. Su Jueming gritted his teeth inwardly. Had paid a heavy price and still hadn't gotten close to Jiang Shijue. At the dinner table, some were praising Su Jiming's son, Su Jin, who had just discussed cooperation with the official research and development department. The elder Mr. Su glanced at Su Jin and nodded in approval, offering a few words of praise. Not bad. His appetite was poor and he didn't eat much, only looking up to ask Su Jueling, "How is Nanjing doing lately?" Gao Yin sat next to Su Jueling, her eyes downcast and silent. Su Jueling was modest. "Big brother, don't be modest," Su Jueming said to Su Jueling with a smile. "You must be negotiating a big deal but keeping it from Dad. Is it supposed to be a surprise for him?" There indeed was a surprise. Su Jueming bowed his head, hiding the cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. He had really set Su Nanjing up for a fall in the Su family from early on. Not to mention the elder Mr. Su. Even other members of the Su family all knew that Su Nanjing was up to something big. Having been away from home for more than half a month, Su Nanjing had also been somewhat neglectful of the Su family affairs. Plus, with Su Jin recently chalking up one accomplishment after another, it inevitably led the elder Mr. Su to some contemplation when comparing them. No big deal, Su Juling said with a smile, turning to his father. This matter was supposed to wait for Nanjing to come back and tell you himself, but since you asked, I'll tell you now. Nanjing has negotiated a rare metal supply partnership with a foreign company. They will ensure a supply for the coming year, and the contract was just signed the day before yesterday. The moment these words were out, the laughter and chatter around the dinner table instantly vanished. A look of surprise and joy spread across Elder Mr. Zu's face. He sealed the deal? Good, truly worthy of being a member of the Su family. He was so pleased that he asked someone to fetch his prized daughter red wine to uncork. Are you sure it's the Dawson family? Su Jiming's fingers, hanging by his side, clenched slightly, his smile freezing for a brief moment before instantly returning to normal. Younger brother, would you like to see the contract? Su Juling asked with a smile. We're going to deliver next month. You'll know then when you see it. All right. Su Jueming struggled to form a smile at the corner of his mouth. Aside from saying all right, he had no other words to offer. The Dawson family, the largest supplier in the world, almost monopolized the entire market. If Su Nanjing had indeed secured a deal with them, his standing in the Su family would only skyrocket. He had taken a great risk by having Guohuai come back. Why was Su Nanjing still able to close such a deal, especially so quickly? Su Jueming found it utterly incomprehensible. We really owe it to that girl. What are you planning to do? After dinner, Su Juling walked slowly back with Gao Yan, but try to ride the motorbike less. It's not safe. Su Nanjing was home, and Su Juling was strict with him too. What can I do? Sighed Gao Yan, hugging her military coat closer. I wanted to make her my goddaughter, but she didn't want to. Su Juling turned his head, a look of surprise in his handsome eyes. The one you mentioned last time is her? Yeah, Gao Yan pondered and then pulled out her phone from her large pocket, calling Su Nanjing. Su Nanjing answered quickly. Gao Yan gave Su Juling a signal to be quiet before asking. Didn't you ask me to find a teacher last time? I asked Principal Liang for recommendations and confirmed with several of them, or else. She rolled her eyes, as if mentioning it casually. Shall I send them to Xiangqing? Chapter 450, 177. The True Arrangement. Ding Jian. Anger. Second update. _1. Gao Yan had known about Bai Lian for a long time. Su Nanjing had only roughly shown her some pictures, and when she asked him some questions, he fell silent. Gao Yan had always wanted to take the opportunity to see for herself, but she didn't know when she would come to Jiangjing. After she spoke, there was silence on Su Nanjing's end. Gao Yan raised an eyebrow, her tone leisurely. Do you think the person recommended by President Liang is no good? But this is the best teacher your mother, could hire, and she agreed to help me only because of CC. Gao Si, Jiang Fulai's biological mother. It's not that, thanks Mom. On the other end of the phone, Su Nanjing looked up, sighed lightly. But it seems we might not need it now. Bai Lian's academic performance was such that an ordinary tutor wouldn't suffice. Not needed. Gao Yan did not understand. She walked along the corridor, and the lanterns above her were not very bright. Su Nanjing said helplessly, Bai Lian's grades might be better than mine. Of course, Su Nanjing was too embarrassed to omit the might. Gao Yan. So I can't go to Xiangqing? Gao Yan drew this conclusion, feeling somewhat unwilling. Then when can I meet her? After the college entrance examination. Bai Lian was bound to score well enough to get into Jiangjing University, no doubt about that. Sunday afternoon. And she finally found the clip mentioned by netizens among the many recordings. He edited it out and analyzed each phrase. Indeed, one phrase's arrangement sounded very familiar. Just one phrase. And Chi's manager looked at the harmony comparison generated by the studio staff with a frown. Is that persuasive enough? The studio staff coolly laid the evidence in front of him. It depends on how we operate this. So what do you say, should we go for it? And Chi's manager did not think for long. Most of the company's resources were currently invested in Yanlu. Major music platforms were promoting Yanlu's new song. And Chi's resources had decreased significantly, and even come here friend, was inviting Yenlu, threatening in Chi's top brother status. Resource allocation was finite. Contact all major entertainment bloggers and get everything ready to launch. And Chi's manager made the final call. Remember, after all accounts have posted, to immediately get the top comments pushed to prominence. That way, the first thing the public would see would be the top comments, swaying even those with doubts. They had done this kind of manipulation before. Monday, Yenlu's song had just been released Saturday evening, and Xiangqing No. 1 High School's radio station began playing Rewriting the Past right after classes on Monday morning. This song was more popular than anyone could have imagined, from its lyrics to its melody. Bai Lian was eating with a group from class 15 in the big cafeteria. Tang Ming, carrying his tray from a distance from his own class, sat down next to Wang Qi and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. People in our class are asking me for your and the study god's avatars. Bai Lian slowly ate her meal, head down. For what? Wang Qi was surprised. For worship, Tang Ming said with resigned emotion. I've already been stuck on their bedside. Wang Qi pondered. Is that even a thing? Today there was a group meeting, and Jiang Fulai was usually tied up with laboratory work. After finishing her meal, Bai Lian picked up her phone and started reviewing questions, only to see a meme sent by Hewen. Pig's life is hopeless. JPG. It was clear she had been scolded. Bai Lian replied with a meme of her own, and reopened the Prep Camp app to check the new question. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On Weibo and various short video platforms, major marketing accounts started posting the same video. The video content was simple, isolating a section of Yenlu's music and comparing it with a snippet from 2 years ago, noting a similar style and chords. Army of online commentators were quick to jump in. So similar, are you saying we're blind and can't see it? I've been wanting to ask. Why is Yenlu's song so popular? She's not even an original artist, now we see the scandal, eating melon. How many haven't listened to Yenlu's song? I must be the first on the internet, right? Check the lyricist and composer, there must be more juice to it. Yenlu had stepped on quite a few toes, so as soon as the marketing accounts published it, many in the industry secretly added heat to the topic. There's a saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. But by the afternoon, scandal and rewriting the past arrangement became a trending phrase across various platforms. Following that, netizens also dug up Yenlu's previous dark history. Her new song was already very hot, and now with these revelations, it dominated the public discourse for a time. Class 15 spent the afternoon attentively in lessons. After school in the afternoon, the school's broadcasting station was still playing Yenlu's song. Chapter 451, 177. The True Arrangement. Dean Jian, Anger. Second update, _2. Lotus Road. Xiaohan and the others made their grand exit. Yang Lin heading to the milk tea shop while Bai Lian followed Ning Xiao and the rest to the Zhang family's backyard, where a truck was already parked at the entrance. A group of students finished moving the flower pots in just a few minutes. Mother Zhang brought out 2 plates of watermelon and set them on a small table in the yard, organizing everyone to have some fruit. Let's have dinner here today. In 2 days, Xiaolu will be going to record a program and won't be able to join us. She tied an apron around herself. Sure. Bai Lian took a slice of watermelon and took out her phone to message Ji Heng. I'll just let my grandpa know. As Bai Lian was looking down to text, someone knocked on the yard door. Yenlu tucked her hair behind her ears to answer it. As soon as Ah Huang saw Yenlu, he spoke anxiously. Sister Lu, were you not on your phone? Sister Xian said she couldn't reach you and sent me to check. I went to visit a grave this afternoon and didn't bring my phone. Yenlu was on vacation, and Sister Xian had mentioned there were no activities planned for her lately. As she went to fetch her phone, she asked, "What did Sister Xian want from you guys?" Xiaotian was about to speak but then noticed students from Xiangqing No. 1 middle school sitting in a row in the backyard, each holding a slice of watermelon, eating and curiously watching them. Bai Lian, however, was not sitting. She stood under the shade of a tree, her blue and white school jacket casually open. One hand held a slice of watermelon, the other a phone, and she was looking down to text. As they talked, Bai Lian had just finished sending her message and looked up at Xiaotian and Huang. Her pale face slightly lifted, an air of languor about her. The setting sun tinted her wispy hair with a hint of gold. Despite the urgency of the moment, the sight of Bai Lian calmed Xiaoshan's nerves. You two take a break. Bai Lian put her phone back in her pocket, and then bit into her watermelon without looking up. Next to her, Mother Zhang handed watermelon slices to Xiaotian and Huang as well. Huang, holding his slice, had no appetite whatsoever. Inside the house, as soon as Yen Lu picked up her phone, she saw numerous missed calls from Sister Xian, Time Entertainment's CEO, and others. She was about to return Sister Zin's call when the CEO of Time Entertainment called. Yen Lu, the CEO of Time Entertainment, exchanged pleasantries. You must be aware of the situation online. It's quite significant this time, and the PR department wants you to make a Weibo post right away. Deny any connection with the arranger, so this incident seems unrelated to you, minimizing the issue. But Wang Xian disagrees. Please persuade her too. Deny any connection? Yen Lu replied politely. I can't do that. The CEO of Time Entertainment had expected Yen Lu to be more clear-headed than Wang Xian. But she was more resolute than Wang Xian, frowning. With a lyricist and composer on hand, there's no need to worry about an arranger. Don't be stubborn about this. I'll have a look first. Yen Lu didn't want to explain too much and gave a brief answer before hanging up to call Sister Xian. Sister Xian quickly explained the whole situation. There was only one chord progression that was marginally similar, completely unrelated to the main melody, and definitely not plagiarism. But netizens wouldn't be convinced by such a dry explanation. Don't know who started it, but they're blowing this out of proportion, Sister Xian said, her hand on her forehead. By the time I found out, it was already trending #1 online. It's tough to set boundaries on this kind of thing. The company wants to sever ties with the arranger, but I suggest you don't go along with it. This is happening because of you. Yen Lu knew her own rise to fame very well. Bai Lian was the biggest benefactor on her path, and Ding Jian was found by Bai Lian. I know. Let's get someone to take it off the trending topics first. And if there's any issue, direct them to me, Yen Lu said, managing her own Weibo. As soon as she opened the app, she was flooded with direct messages. The song had received good feedback the other day, and combined with today's expose, a whole crowd of rubberneckers had poured into her Weibo. Seeing Yen Lu come out, Huang stepped forward. Sister Lu. Yen Lu raised her hand. Let's talk outside. She took Huang and Xiaotian outside, and as the three of them reached another yard, Xiaotian asked anxiously, Sister Lu, are you going to clarify this? Those who want to accuse me will find an excuse. Yen Lu had experienced a mass backlash before and wasn't overly concerned. What she cared about was that Bai Lian and Jian Zhongyo might be implicated because of this. And the song rewriting the past. Wang's phone beeped, and he glanced down. It's Lu Yang's assistant. Sister Lu, they definitely want to talk about the Come Here Friend guest issue. What should we do now? Yen Lu would be recording Come Here Friend in 2 days, followed by going for acting lessons. Lu Yang was the friend, arranged by the show's team for Yen Lu, a currently popular star, whose participation was quietly confirmed the day before yesterday. You answer it, Yen Lu said calmly. Xiao Huang. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yang's assistant was very polite. Lu Gu has caught a bit of a cold recently and might not be able to record Lu's show. Yen Lu gave Huang a look. Suppressing her irritation, Huang smiled and said, Lu Gu, take care of yourself. Let's cooperate another time. After hanging up the phone, Xiaotian couldn't help but say, Not feeling well, my foot. I'll be recording other shows in no time. What should we do now? Huang asked. In the yard, Mom Zhang was calling out to Yen Lu. Xiaolu, tell the 2 assistants to stay for dinner as well. Sure, Yen Lu replied loudly, her face snowy white against the bluish foggy smoke, her gaze sweeping over the 2. Don't let Auntie and the others find out about this. Huh. Huang was somewhat puzzled. Was Auntie and the rest important at a time like this? Yen Lu led the 2 assistants inside to help Mom Zhang with cooking. In the yard, Bai Lian had just finished a piece of watermelon. She stood still, stretched out her hand, and casually threw the watermelon rind, which landed in the trash can at the entrance of the yard with a clang. She leisurely pulled out a piece of tissue and meticulously wiped her fingers. Sitting on the steps, Pu Xiaohan took out her phone, walked over to Bai Lian, and sked. This is probably it. Pu Xiaohan handed her phone to Bai Lian. The people from class 15 weren't fools. Zai Ocean's behavior was a clear indication that there was a problem. Coincidentally, this matter was also a public incident. Bai Lian didn't care for the internet, so Pu Xiaohan casually checked her phone. Bai Lian crumpled the tissue into a ball and took Pu Xiaohan's phone to read a Weibo post. At Time Entertainment, all these resources just to promote Yan Lu? Is Yan Lu your godfather? It's hilarious. Outside of those two songs, what else does Yan Lu have to show for herself? Now with the new song's arrangement causing controversy, is this the superstar you neglect other artists for? Hilarious. And the comments below. Let's predict Yan Lu Studios' PR response. Yan Lu only has a working relationship with Jian. Please don't escalate the actions of Jian to the artist herself. Yan Lu also strongly condemns such behavior and has already terminated her collaboration with Jian. Doghead. This comment was effectively sealing off all of Yan Lu's potential escape routes. Pu Xiaohan, being half involved in the entertainment circle, picked up a piece of watermelon and crouched down to eat it, saying, with so many of Lujia's rivals mobilizing their big marketing accounts and blocking all her paths, do you know this Jian? You know him too. Bai Lian glanced over, and then took out her phone from her pocket, took a picture of Pu Xiaohan's phone screen. She was nonchalant. I know him. Pu Xiaohan quickly ran through who she knew, thinking there was only one possible person she was aware of, and then it hit her. Holy crap. Jian Zhongyao? After taking the photo, Bai Lian casually opened WeChat and sent it to Jian Zhongyao. Bai Lian. Picture, Bai Lian. 1 minute later. Jian Zhongyao. Jian Zhongyao. Exclamation point. Jian Zhongyao. Angry. Chapter 452. 178 Brother Jiang intervenes _1. Young people's world is something Jian Zhongyao doesn't quite understand. He couldn't name a single hot star if asked. It was the start of the school semester, and he had even sneaked out for a trip during the holiday, with many tasks awaiting him. Today was Monday, and he had just finished a meeting when he received a message from Bai Lian. As soon as he opened the picture, he saw the bold black letters. Rewriting the past arrangement controversy explodes. He squinted his eyes and sent Bai Lian several symbols. The older generation could handle videos, but many Weibo functions remained a mystery to him, so he scrolled through somewhat slowly. At that moment, Bai Lian sent another message. Controversy? He hadn't found out what the controversy was yet, but he replied quickly. I'll take a look. Dean Jian was too lazy to keep scrolling and directly asked a teacher he knew beside him to operate it for him. Miss Yan Lu. The teacher took Dean Jian's phone. He had recorded with Yan Lu twice and naturally recognized her. Don't worry, I'll check it for you. It took the teacher just a few minutes on Weibo to understand the whole story. The barriers within the arrangement community aren't that high. Actually, before this, most people wouldn't go specifically digging into the arranger of a song. Now that it's been dug up by paid posters, it could only mean that this was the only flaw they could find in the song. On the other side of the phone, Bai Lian, having seen the reply, knew it had nothing to do with Dean Jian. She was waiting for Dean Jian to reply to her. Yan Lu was still busy in the kitchen with Zhang's mother. Xiaotian and Huang, the two assistants, had originally come to bring Yan Lu back to deal with the situation. But before they could get to it, Yan Lu caught them and put them to work washing and sorting vegetables. Xiaotian, the kitchen space was small, and Huang, who was squatting in the hall removing shrimp veins, felt a bit clueless. What exactly am I here for? Why am I squatting here? He turned his head to look at Yan Lu, who was helping in the kitchen. It was a big issue that concerned Yan Lu's reputation, but she didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, she was taking her sweet time in the kitchen. Xiaotian, while picking shrimp veins, felt a weird calm settle over him. Let's just keep sorting for now. Outside, after Bai Lian and the others had finished eating watermelon and went to throw out the trash, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao entered the house. Why haven't you started doing the problem sets yet? Ning Xiao brought in a flower pot, his voice calm. Bai Lian grabbed a pair of scissors. The ones on the app? At the beginning of the month, the app had released new problems, and Ning Xiao had already started solving them. Bai Lian hadn't started, and many people were stumped by a particularly current problem on the app. Yes, I was just looking at the Langland Seagull Zero. Bai Lian stood by the window, started trimming the branches. I'll look at it in a couple of days. Right now, I have to sort out some materials for Heewon. Heewon was like a senior brother who had his younger sister do all the grunt work. As soon as new literature was published that he hadn't had time to read, he passed it on to Bai Lian, asking her to read it and summarize the core points and overviews for him. Bai Lian hadn't even started college yet, but she was already getting a taste of postgraduate treatment. But the literature Heewon sent was all in fields she was interested in. Ning Xiao, who already knew who Heewon was. As the two talked, Xiaotian and Ah Huang squatting nearby were completely lost. What app Heewon? And what was that about Langlands and Seagull again? All this was beyond them. The two were utterly confused. Eventually, they got back to talking about Grandma and Uncle Wang. How the boy's grandma was sick, and the uncle was taking care of her at home. That was what normal students talked about. Today the house was crowded, but with the help of Yen Lu and the two assistants, Zhang's mother quickly prepared the meal. She moved 2 tables together, and a bunch of people gathered around to eat. Alien, when is Qi Lu coming back? At the dinner table, Zhang's mother recalled that the last time they had a meal, Zhang's father was there, and so was lawyer Qi Lu. When Zhang's mother mentioned Qi Lu, Yen Lu also looked at Bai Lian. Qi Lu was the life-saving benefactor of Zhang Xiai's. Bai Lian, holding chopsticks and picking up a stalk of bok choy, said upon hearing this, "Next month." Last year, Qi Yundai was in exile, but this year he was returning to his position. Ming Dongheng said he didn't have much vacation time, but he would still take the time to come back and test Zhang Xiai's. Around the dinner table they chatted about this and that, but no one brought up Yen Lu's issue. The dinner lasted until after 7 in the evening. As Ah Huang finished eating and started to help clean up the table, he looked down to ask Xiaotian, "Why does Sister Lu have so many student friends? Also, who is Qi Lu?" "I don't know," Xiaotian responded as he placed the dishes into the kitchen. Xiaotian and Ah Huang hadn't been involved with Zhang Shi's case, and didn't even know that Qi Lu was a lawyer. They only thought it was some 2-character name. These students are so lucky to be friends with Sister Lu. Ah Huang sighed. Then his concern returned to the pressing matter at hand. Time Entertainment knew that Ah Huang and Xiaotian were with Yen Lu. The Public Relations Department couldn't reach Wang Xian for a decision, so they called Ah Huang. After taking the call, Ah Huang finally found an opportunity to speak with Yen Lu. "Sister Lu, the Public Relations Department communicated with me. You just need to post a clarifying Weibo." A Weibo post clarifying that she had nothing to do with the arrangement. Yen Lu shook her head, offering no explanation. If this matter isn't clarified with such a fuss, Yen Lu might lose a lot of resources. Ah Huang couldn't understand it at all and said, "Xiaotian, what do you think Sister Lu's team is thinking? Who exactly made the arrangement?" Xiaotian shook her head. Yen Lu recorded the songs herself, so she didn't know who wrote the lyrics and music. Within the entire Time Entertainment, probably only Sister Xian and Yen Lu knew about it. At 8 o'clock, a group of students bade farewell to Mother Zhang. Jiang Fulai's car had just stopped on the opposite side, waiting for her. As Bai Lian walked toward the car, her phone vibrated a few times. Principal Jian had finally figured out the ins and outs of the situation. He didn't send a message. He called Bai Lian directly. Pressing the answer button, Bai Lian walked towards the light across the street. "Principal Jian. I've found out." Jian Zhongyo didn't beat around the bush. He was still sitting at his desk, reaching out to click on a long recording. "There is a video on the internet from a previous internal performance of our school, and I conducted that performance. I checked the records of that performance at the school." Principal Jian didn't have a vivid memory of that performance, and it was only after seeing the video online that he realized he had such an arrangement to his credit. It was indeed Jian Zongyi's own stylistic hallmark. There was nothing much to say. Jian Zhongyo could only sigh. The netizens, or rather, Yanlu's aggressive moves were too powerful. With so many years of performances at Jiangjing Music Academy, each nearly 3 hours long, they could still find these arrangements amidst them all. What do you plan to do? Bai Lian reached out to pluck a leaf from the side, toying with it in her hand, her voice calm and unhurried. Jiang Fulai saw her walking so slowly, so he got out of the car to wait for her. Bai Lian was not yet done talking with Principal Jian. We need to handle this. Principal Jian also calmed down, having lived long enough to know that with such intensity behind it, there must be someone stoking the flames. Otherwise, even if it's clarified, a lot of people won't be notified. Everything needs attention. Spreading rumors takes just a mouth. Debunking them runs you ragged. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fulai opened the car door and asked a few questions, to which Bai Lian recounted the whole situation with Yanlu. Your new song? Jiang Fulai knew she wrote lyrics and composed music, and his eyes turned colder too. Yeah. Bai Lian was not too concerned. She got into the car and began to check the academic paper Hewen had sent her on her phone. Jiang Fulai, seated beside her, raised his hand to signal Ming Dongheng to drive, his eyes narrowing slightly. Don't let Principal Jian act rashly on this matter. Give me Yanlu's agent's contact information. Rewriting the past had already been labeled impure, and clarifying it completely wasn't something Principal Jian, an outsider to the circle, could accomplish. Bai Lian opened Sister Zin's WeChat and sent it to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai reached out to open it, and added her as a friend. Why are you looking at this? Jiang Fulai waited for Wang Xian to accept, his gaze glancing over at the new academic paper Bai Lian was viewing. It looked familiar. Hewen gave it to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai knew what Hewen was up to. The light was turned on in the back of the car, and he sat under it, dressed in a black shirt and black trousers, his refined facial features especially cold. And he just tugged at his lips at the comment. Hewen, who was at a research base dressed in a sterile suit, suddenly sneezed. A male student in the laboratory glanced at him. Hewen, do you have a cold? Don't pass it on to the junior sister. He picked up a mask and had Hewen put it on. Hewen, Beicheng. Time Entertainment's public relations department had not yet gotten off work. Everyone was busy dealing with Yanlu's situation. In the office, the CEO earnestly said to Sister Xian, You've been in the entertainment industry for so long. You still don't know what it takes to maximize profits? If there's an author for the lyrics and composition, it's easy to find another arranger. Just push the blame on him. Give him some compensation to shut him up. Is this arranger Yanlu's father? Won't you make any concessions at all? Hearing this, Sister Xian sitting opposite only raised her eyebrows. Principal Jian might not be Yanlu's father, but Bai Lian could be considered as such. With Principal Jian's status, the fact that he was willing to arrange music for Yanlu was all for the sake of Bai Lian. In the whole entertainment industry, no senior had a stature like Principal Jian's. If the PR department clarifies it, just push the responsibility onto Yanlu. Sister Xian put down her teacup. Yanlu had been through a lot, and Sister Xian had become indifferent. As for the rest, we'll try to debunk it as much as possible. This isn't plagiarism to begin with. It seemed Sister Xian and Yanlu were already out of control. The CEO lit a cigarette, looking at Sister Xian. In that case, let Yanlu rest for a few more days. Let Manshi replace her in Perfect Day this time to avoid the limelight. Perfect Day was a variety show invested in by Time Entertainment. Businessmen always seek profit and avoid harm. Now the netizens were all dodging. Yanlu and a bunch of her past scandals was being circulated. Time Entertainment was worried about affecting the reputation of their produced variety show. Yanlu was currently involved in 2 variety shows, Perfect Day and Come Here Friend. The latter had a signed contract, while the former did not. Of course, now with Yanlu's situation escalating, it was damaging to the artist's image. The variety show could also break the contract and have Yanlu compensate for it. Sister Xian took out her phone and got in touch with the marketing accounts. Just as she turned on her phone, she received a new friend notification. Chapter 453. 179 might be because I composed the music myself. Second update. _1. Xinjie added Bai Lian to her private account, which was known to few people. She opened her friends list, and although there was no information on the other party's certified page, the account name consisted of 3 words, Jiang Fulai, just a profile picture and a name, and Xinjie felt a chill down her spine for no apparent reason. Back when she was in Xiangqing, she had never heard anyone call out the name Jiang Fulai. Even a prominent lawyer like Qi Yundai was addressed as young Master Jiang. But Jiang Fulai had mentioned his name when introducing himself. Xinjie remembered the pronunciation, but not the characters. Now she finally matched the characters with the pronunciation. She reached out to accept the friend request and took the initiative to send a greeting. Jiang Fulai on the other end didn't reply, but recommended a business card to her. Jiang Fulai. Add him. Xinjie didn't dare to ask who this person was and directly added the stranger as a friend. She was just wondering who Jiang Xiaojun wanted her to add when the next second, the message from that person came through. Hello, I am Chu Rong, a planner from Shijiang. Shijiang, one of the top 3 marketing firms in the country, mostly deals with national brand projects. This was the first time Xinjie had connected with such a high-level executive. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Fulai had sent Bai Lian back home. Today wasn't late yet. Ji Heng was still embroidering in the courtyard, the large light illuminating and casting a long shadow behind him. His mobile phone was also next to the embroidery frame. He was video calling with Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing. You're back early today. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ji Heng raised his head slightly. Yes, Bai Lian put down her backpack, washed some fruit in the kitchen to share with Ji Heng, and sat beside him. She greeted Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun while speaking to Ji Heng. Grandpa, do you know about the Landau-Zener crossover? What crossover? Ji Heng's wrinkled hand paused, his mind still lingering on the wave-particle duality of light. Had Bai Lian mentioned she wanted to switch subjects beforehand? He calmly made another stitch, deftly directing the conversation. There's something I need to tell you. Go ahead. Bai Lian bit into a pear, speaking unhurriedly. Your uncle is now in Jiangjing. Ji Heng knew Bai Lian was an excellent student, probably the smartest among the Ji family. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Bai Lian, quantum mechanics. Her answer was crisp and decisive. Ji Heng, are you going to study this? Wave-particle duality? What's that? On the other end of the phone, Shen Qing was full of confusion, and Ji Xiaojun also leaned in. Bai Lian looked encouragingly at Ji Heng, who set down his needle expressionlessly. All of this is related to quantum mechanics. In short, a photon is a superposition of waves and particles. To put it in plain terms, do you know about online games? You know there is a rock ahead, but it won't spawn until you get close. The moment you walk over, it immediately spawns. Shen Qing didn't understand, but she felt something odd and involuntarily rubbed her arms. I see. Ji Xiaojun nodded his head, his mind recently bombarded by a plethora of data. So Alien is going to study physics? That's the plan for now. Bai Lian finished the pear. Uncle, is there something you need? Shen Qing chimed in from the side. He wants to find you to help him with the data analysis. Ji Xiaojun. Ji Heng picked up the needle again. Let's wait until after Alien's college entrance exams. Nearby, Bai Lian didn't bring up the crossover again, and Ji Heng finally relaxed. Meanwhile, with Jiang Fulai, in the study, his phone was lit up with a hands-free call activated. On the other end, Jiang Ziji's voice sounded puzzled. Marketing? Yes. Jiang Fulai reached out, picking up the cushion on the carpet with 2 fingers and casually tossed it onto the sofa. His voice was indifferent. The person is all I need. Okay. Jiang Shijua arranged it, curious about what it was but didn't dare to ask. Are you coming back next month? Jiang Fulai paused for a moment. Coming back. He ended the call, returned to his seat, and turned on the computer. The glow from the screen cast his face in a stark white light. He logged directly into WeChat. The request from Director Jian had been accepted, and the person had sent Jiang Fulai a video and a document. The video was an internal performance from Jiangjing Music Academy, and the document listed the names and times of the performers involved. He edited a segment from the video and took a screenshot of the list with director Jian's name and the school's seal. Jiang Fulai. Do you mind if it's revealed that you are Jian? Jiang Fulai knew that director Jian had used the pseudonym, Jian, to collaborate quietly with Bai Lian on music, purely for the music's sake, but had not expected that after the song became popular, such a situation would arise. At that time, Yanlu was still relatively unknown, and director Jian didn't want to label the song with something as significant as director Jian. Chapter 454. 179 might be because I composed the music myself. Second update. _2. After the two songs, the reputation of the lyricist and composer by Jian and Jian had already been established. They were the rising stars in the circle. Whether director Jian made a public appearance was no longer a concern. At least the new song wouldn't be tagged with director Jian. Director Jian. I don't mind. Jiang Fulai had anticipated this as well, his fingertips idly tapping on the tabletop. With no issues from director Jian's side, things would be easily manageable. The next day, Tuesday, Yanlu's popularity was still sky-high. Bai Lian received a WeChat message from Sister Xian during her afternoon class, telling her that Sister Xian had driven to Xiangqing overnight. After the afternoon classes ended, at the Zhang family's place, Mother Zhang knew Yanlu and the others had business to discuss, so she went to sell flowers in the front, leaving the backyard and the living room for Yanlu and the others. Sister Xian had driven to Xiangqing overnight and arrived in the morning. After getting some sleep at a motel, she didn't reach the Zhang family's place until now. Sister Xian, Sister Lu doesn't agree to post a clarification on Weibo, Huang said, having stayed up all night following public opinion, and poured a glass of water for Sister Xian. You haven't seen what people online are saying about Sister Lu. Yanlu treated her assistant well, was approachable and not pretentious, and Huang liked this boss a lot. I know, Sister Xian said, holding a teacup and looking at Yanlu. Did Lu Yang reject you? Yeah. Yanlu wasn't surprised by this. I'll check with some old friends. Sister Xian took out her phone to call a friend within the circle, looking for someone to step in temporarily. As soon as the person on the other end heard it was about Yanlu, who had been at the peak of controversy these past few days, they politely declined. Are you guys sure about recording in Xiangqing? Isn't that a bit too far? We're shooting in Xiqing recently. After hanging up the phone, Sister Xian also felt somewhat helpless. It was then that the back door was pushed open, and upon hearing the sound, Sister Xian quickly stood up. The person who entered was Bai Lian, one hand carrying a black backpack, the other holding a removed school uniform, and using her elbow to close the door as she walked in. Miss Bai, Sister Xian gave up her seat to Bai Lian, her tone full of apology. It's my fault. I've dragged both you and Director Jian into this. It's my fault. Yanlu also felt very sorry. She hadn't expected the incident to disturb Bai Lian, who only loved studying. There are too many marketing accounts smearing me, and I've given them plenty of material in the past. It's okay. Bai Lian understood all there was to know about the entertainment industry. She didn't care much about it. Even Pu Xiaohan, who focused on making videos, was being slandered, let alone a public figure like Yanlu. Teacher Jiang will arrange for clarifications later. Sister Xian paid attention to Bai Lian's expression, and seeing that she didn't mind, Sister Xian finally relaxed. I know. Jiang Fulai had mentioned this to her the night before, but Sister Xian still hadn't seen Jiang Fulai remove the trending search, nor had there been any movement from Chu Rong in her contact list. For Sister Xian, the important thing wasn't the dirt on Yanlu, but rather Bai Lian and Director Jian. Since neither of them would hold a grudge against Yanlu because of this, she could rest assured. Across from her, Huang watched Sister Xian and Yanlu treating Bai Lian, the high school student, with such respect that he was inwardly surprised. As Sister Xian was speaking, her phone lit up. She glanced at it, and her face lit up with excitement. Yanlu, Teacher Mei is willing to be the guest star for this episode. Teacher Mei? Yanlu was very surprised. How could he come? Bai Lian also looked up when she heard the name. She had been to the set of Great Yong. The Teacher Mei in question was the actor who played Bai Zhongyu. Maybe he sees potential in you? Sister Xian, handling her phone, was clearly very excited. I'll talk to his agent about the variety show first. Bai Lian looked away and lazily at her phone, as Jiang Fulai sent her a WeChat message. Do you want to register on Weibo? Bai Lian. Question mark. Jiang Fulai. Screenshot. After opening it, Bai Lian saw a topic about Bai Jian. She didn't have a Weibo account, but after 3 songs, the fan count for the Weibo topic had already surpassed 100,000. She was rarely lost in thought, and as she downloaded Weibo, she suddenly remembered that she was leaving more and more of herself in this era. As Bai Lian was registering on Weibo, Jingjing was pondering. When Jiang Fulai received Bai Lian's Weibo account, it was a simple one-letter name, Jian. Just like Jiang he felt a little guilty every time he saw this character. After following Bai Lian, his phone rang. It was from Chu Rong. Young Master Jiang. Chu Rong's voice was very respectful on the other end of the phone. When Shi Jiang was close to running out of business, it was the Jiang family that invested in it. The marketing accounts and the popularity have all been arranged. Their team had planned out the strategy overnight. Chapter 455. 179 might be because I composed the music myself. Second update, _3. Ensure Yen Lu won't be stained by this incident, and use the opportunity to push the song to another level of popularity. Although Chu Rong didn't quite understand why such a minor incident in the entertainment industry would warrant the attention of Jiang Fulai, who was said to have been hands-off for quite some time. Jiang Fulai walked to the isolation room, his voice faint. Okay, I'll have Dean Jian post on Weibo. Jian Zhongyo did have a Weibo account. When Jian Zhongyo received the message from Jiang Fulai, he was still at school. He stopped in the middle of the path, logged into his Weibo account, which he had just registered the previous night at Jiang Fulai's request, with only a few bot followers, but it was already verified. A big V verified so quickly? A teacher beside him looked at Jian Zongyi's V verified account, and didn't understand. Jian Zhongyo hadn't even posted a single Weibo. I don't know. Jian Zhongyo opened Weibo and posted as per Jiang Fulai's request. Beicheng. Time Entertainment. Manshi and Enchi's teams met up. Manshi and Chi's agent smiled. Perfect day will still be yours, right? Manshi pressed her lips together, nodding with a cool smile. I guessed as much. And Chi's agent then turned her head with a smile. I thought they would clarify that Yen Lu had nothing to do with the arrangement. I didn't expect Wang Xian to be so stubborn, actually refusing to agree. And Chi removed his sunglasses. Are you sure she doesn't have someone backing her? With the situation turned out like this, we haven't heard of any PR firm stepping up for her. His agent, who was antsy just yesterday, finally relaxed. Don't worry. Rumors had been circulating on the internet that Yen Lu had the support of a high-level executive from Zhongguang Group. Compared to Zhongguang Group, Time Entertainment was like an ant to an elephant. Although paparazzi had been stalking Yen Lu for months, they hadn't caught a glimpse of the rumored sugar daddy. Yen Lu's issue was still trending on Weibo without any forceful measures to remove it from the hot search. It seemed the rumors were just that, rumors. The group was quite relaxed together. And Chi's agent laughed and said, And Chi, why don't you and Manshi go out for a meal in a couple of days? I'll arrange for someone to take pictures. To ride this wave of public opinion, and Chi's studio had spent a lot of money. As they were talking, outside, an assistant hurried in with a phone in hand. Mr. and Chi, something's wrong, look at the hot search. Making a big deal out of nothing, and Chi's agent frowned. What happened? Everyone in the room took out their phones and opened Weibo. Weibo was a bit slow. Netizens thought the Yen Lu incident had come to an end, but little did they know that at 6 o'clock today, another bombshell dropped. The top hot search was time to eat melons, followed by the word explode. Click in and you see that several major marketing accounts had reposted a Weibo post from someone named Jian, with the emoji of eating melons Jian. Maybe because I composed the music myself. Image / at Black Friday. Screenshot, so similar. Do you think I'm blind not to see it? Was this the mysterious composer? Everyone was taken aback. Then they went to check Jian's Weibo verification. Jian Zhongyo, Dean of Jiangjing Music Academy, National Team's Chief Guzheng Player, Royal Music Academy. Looking back at Jian's 2 screenshots, the first was the comparison made by netizens of that music performance. The second was a list of that performance with 3 words in the column for the guidance teacher, Jian Zhongyo. And there was an official stamp behind it. The top trending comment was very direct. What the hell? The legendary self-plagiarism? Isn't the biggest bombshell that Jian is actually Dean Jian? The arranger is Dean Jian Dam, who wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Who could have made Dean Jian willingly arrange the music? Why not take a look at his following list? Chapter 456. 180 Regretting Not Doing It Sooner, Mysterious Composition _1. Netizens mostly came for the excitement, and the vast majority of them did not recognize Dean Jian. But there were some professionals in the comments section providing explanations, along with striking and vivid contrasts. The status of the Dean of Jiangjing Music Academy might not be known to those who don't study art or mingle in this area, but when you compare him with the president of Jiangjing University, it becomes crystal clear to everyone. Yen Lu had a 3S+ level drama waiting to be aired, and beyond that, 3 songs that had broken through the music industry in China this year. No one could have imagined that the obscure arranger would be someone like Jian Zhongyo, who was detached from the entertainment circle. Jian Zhongyo could be called a master, an artist who could perform at national events. Perhaps many netizens still couldn't imagine Dean Jian's status in the world of national music. But Enqi and his entourage, who had been to the Music Academy for lectures, were well aware. Enqi's agent felt like he was going insane, his hands trembling. The arranger for Yen Lu is him? From the very first song? Why has there never been any hype on Yen Lu's side? This didn't make sense. Enqi went to Jiangjing University for a single lecture, and got through to so many marketing accounts. Yen Lu's arranger is Jian Zhongyo, and Wang Xian doesn't pay for internet trolls and marketing accounts for promotion? He was the same as most netizens. If the arranger is Jian Zhongyo, then who else could even be mentioned in the same breath as him for songwriting and composing? Enqi's agent clicked on Dean Jian's following list. The short video app was suitable for the elderly, so Dean Jian was often active on the video app. This was his first time registering on Weibo, and his account was only following 3 people. Yen Lu, the official Weibo of Jiangjing Music Academy, and as Enqi looked at the last one, an account with a system-generated gray avatar and the name Pic. The Weibo account was obviously newly registered, with no posts, but already had 100,000 followers. Beside him, Enqi also stood up incredulously. The arranger is Dean Jian. Then everything made sense. Right, he also follows Yen Lu. Enqi's agent said, somewhat dazed, no wonder Wang Xian would rather Yen Lu be suppressed than issue a clarifying Weibo post, even letting Yen Lu give up Perfect Day. This all-in gamble had resulted in a total loss for their side, as the millions invested earlier had completely turned into traffic for Yen Lu. That was the top artist in national music, a height in art they in the entertainment industry could never reach in their entire lifetimes. Thinking about the earlier marketing Enqi had done because of his visit to Jiangjing Music Academy, the agent couldn't help but glance at Manxi beside him. Manxi was a first-tier actress created by Time Entertainment, and at the beginning, he had chosen her for Enqi over Yen Lu because of her popularity. Now, however, the agent was beginning to regret it. If they hadn't backstabbed Yen Lu, would this popularity also include a part for Enqi? Would they perhaps also have had the chance to have Dean Jian arrange music for Enqi? Once some thoughts appeared, they couldn't be contained, and even Manxi standing to the side could sense this. Xiangcheng. After Sister Xian finished a phone call with teacher Mei Yi and confirmed the filming location and celebrity guests with the directors of Come Here Friend. With teacher Mei Yi coming, you won't have much pressure, Sister Xian said, coming back from the yard with her phone in her hand. Will you be filming here? The show crew might give you a script. A script? Bai Lian heard for the first time that even variety shows required scripts, and she looked up, surprised. Sister Xian was also helpless. There's only teacher Mei Yi among the celebrity guests. The other groups probably have several friends from within the circle. Yen Lu's everyday life is dull, While other artists watch shows, have numerous friends, talk about life. She spends every day reading books and studying acting with her teacher. I'm afraid she'll invite teacher Mei over. And they'll spend a couple of days reading books. Can you imagine the audience watching them read for 2 hours? As she spoke, Sister Xian looked toward Bai Lian. Since she met Bai Lian, Yanlu had been reading books more diligently than the average high school senior. In the Great Young drama's promotional clips, most of the snippets of Yanlu were of her reading books or scripts and observing her seniors. Take them to visit Wallow Street, Bai Lian suggested. However, as a phenomenally popular tourism street, it was always crowded and might not be suitable for long-term shooting. Bai Lian tilted her head, looking at Yanlu, as her fingertips tapped on the table, slowly starting to think. Perhaps because she felt guilty about not keeping a closer eye on Zhang Xi's, Bai Lian had been feeling remorseful about his year in prison, and became even more caring towards Yanlu and Zhang's mother. Sister Zin's phone rang again. It was the CEO of Time Entertainment. As soon as she picked up the call, the delightful voice on the other end rang out. Sister Xian, look at you, not letting us know sooner that the arranger is Dean Jian. Chapter 457. 180 Regretting not doing it sooner. Mysterious composition _2. The boss politely called out, Sister Xian. Wang Xian was stunned at the moment. She didn't know about Jiang Fulai's and Director Jian's plan, but when the boss mentioned it, she realized that Director Jian must have clarified the situation online. She responded with a few words, and then the boss suggested introducing a few more good friends from the industry to Yanlu to help her with the recording of the show, which Wang Xian rejected. All right then, I'll talk to the friends from the show and get Yanlu on for a couple more episodes. The boss didn't mind. By the way, who is the composer and lyricist for the arranger Director Jian? He was fishing for information. Regardless of the upcoming drama's performance, people in the circle all knew that Yanlu would be popular just by her songs, given the quality of the composing and lyrics, and with Director Jian arranging lately, there's no one in the music industry who could compare. Sister Zin's gaze fell on Bai Lian, skillfully deflecting the conversation. The boss of Time Entertainment was also tactful, not probing further. She was on the phone, while Xiaotian and Ahuang next to her hadn't received the Weibo notification. But their WeChats were bombarded with inquiries from numerous friends. As soon as Ahuang unlocked his phone, he saw a message from a friend who also worked in the industry. Yanlu's arranger is the dean of Jiangjing Music Academy? Damn, you kept such a big secret from me. I've been worried for you for 2 days. De Huang, I'm really angry now. Smile. Ahuang. Huh? At night, 10 o'clock. Back to street bar. Bai Lian sat on a high stool, leisurely writing down her homework. The first batch of old doctors will soon get their licenses. Mao Kuan was tapping on the bar, signaling the bartender for a cocktail. Xiaoqi hasn't returned yet. The pharmacies in first-tier cities have all rejected the solid element paste. The solid foundation paste had low profits and the market was intentionally suppressing it, but it sold well in Xiangqing among locals and tourists. The rest relied on Mao Kun's ability to move merchandise at the underground fighting ring. Only the medicine usage there was too vigorous to break into the mainstream market. But he said he's going to do something with sinking. Mao Kuan didn't understand these things. The Luo family is the domestic medicine emperor, financed by our country to suppress other Chinese medicine markets. Sun Chun explained as she came over with a tray. So Mr. Xiaoqi decided to first penetrate the lower-tier market, only going into rural and 18th-tier city pharmacies. He's already found dozens of distributors. The people of Xiangqing all knew about the large-scale purchases of Chinese herbs, and many of them had not gone out to work this year, staying to grow medicinal herbs in Xiangqing. Once the market opened up, everything else would be easier to handle. Bai Lian was listening on the side, not quite understanding, but after Sun Chun's explanation, she got it. This was a long-term battle. There wasn't much Bai Lian and Mao Kuan could do to help. Bai Lian only asked them to teach her the set of acupuncture techniques for myopia once they got their traditional Chinese medicine licenses. I have a fight scheduled for Saturday, Mao Kuan mentioned to Bai Lian after their conversation. Sis, are you coming to watch? Mao Kuan didn't fight very often now, but the fighting ring had invited him because he was so popular. A fight. Bai Lian wrote down another line under the light, remembering what Sister Xian had said. Is it hard to get tickets for the fight? That's for outsiders, impractically one of the family at the ring. Mao Kuan took a sip of his cocktail. He had never been to high school, but he was curious, are high school assignments really that numerous these days? Every time Bai Lian was at her busiest, she had to write homework, always homework. Having finished her work, Bai Lian did not check her answers, but leisurely turned the page. Can you bring people into film? She explained that Yin Lu needed to record a TV program. Wallow Street was too crowded and Yin Lu couldn't visit often, but Bacter Street was full of international folks, and no one would recognize a domestic, minor celebrity. There were also many interesting things. Sister Xian thought Yin Lu was too dull, and worried the show wouldn't have a good effect. Mao Kuan didn't know. He muttered into his phone for a while, then said to Bai Lian, but they can only have 5 tickets. However, the footage needs to be screened by the fighting ring after post-production, since many things in Bacter Street shouldn't be revealed to the public. I'll have Xiaowu follow them, so they won't cause any trouble. Xiaowu was now a well-known small-time player in Bacter Street. 5 tickets meant that most of the variety show crew couldn't come. Got it. Bai Lian nodded in agreement. Behind them, Sun Chun returned to the bar, picked up a lemon, and thought to herself, bringing people here to shoot a variety show, aren't they going to be scared to death? Are you about to leave? Bai Lian suddenly remembered this and turned her head to look at Sun Chun. Chapter 458. 180 Regretting not doing it sooner. Mysterious composition _3. Sun Chun fetched a bottle of alcohol from behind and showed great respect to Bai Lian. Mr. Xiaoqi asked me to go to Jiangjing to mix drinks and learn a few things. The bar had a branch in Jiangjing. Bai Lian watched Sun Chun smear lemon around the rim of the glass, smoothly flipping it in the air. The bar's lights shone on Sun Chun's seductive face, as she moved with grace and ease. Would drinks made like this taste better? She picked up the drink Sun Chun had mixed for her. It was very mild, quite different from the alcohol she was used to. Beside her, the male bartender handed over his own mixed drink to Mao Kuan with a look of grievance. Mr. Mao, why does Miss Bai only drink what Sun Chun mixes? Is mine not tasty? Mao Kuan glanced at Sun Chun and then at Bai Lian. No, it's also possible that yours just doesn't look as good. Thursday. Su Nanjing drove Bai Lian back to Purist Street. In most cases, Su Nanjing had replaced Ming Dongheng as Bai Lian's chauffeur. We're going to Bacter Street to watch the fights this Saturday. Su Nanjing stopped the car at the intersection and looked back at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, little sister, do you want to go? It's a rare opportunity. I only got it through Chao. In the passenger seat, absorbed in Weibo, Xiao Bingwen lifted his head and hesitated. It's too bloody, better not. It was a mess there too. Su Nanjing realized and looked in the rearview mirror at Bai Lian, who was reading her book obediently. That's right, Bai Lian, little sister. You should focus on your studies. Bai Lian lazily responded with a hum. The car speakers were playing a loop of 3 songs by Yin Lu, connected via Bluetooth by Xiao Bingwen. As Su Nanjing started the car, he asked, do you like Yin Lu that much? Xiao Bingwen returned to WeChat to message Lung Shuha. Xiao Bingwen. I can't believe your teacher is involved. Lung Shuha. She has the talent. It's rare for someone to have arrangements done by the teacher. I wonder who the composer is. You don't get it. Xiao Bingwen held his phone. If you knew who did the arrangement, it would shock you. Su Nanjing wasn't interested in the entertainment circle. He was preoccupied with dealing with Chao's matter recently, or thinking about how to formally introduce Bai Lian to the Su family, or how to introduce the Empress Mother to Bai Lian. Messages hit the wall. Who is it? Su Nanjing replied nonchalantly. Dean Jian, Xiao Bingwen whispered with a mysterious tone, Shu's teacher. Ah. Although Su Nanjing had heard of these two, he had never met them and was quite surprised. He's arranging for a star? Yes, Xiao Bingwen sighed. Everyone's guessing who the mysterious composer is. They're definitely not any less talented than Dean Jian. This has been a frenzy in both the music industry and entertainment world. Xiao Bingwen was close to Lung Shuha and naturally understood music too. The fact that Yen Lu's 3 songs were such a hit already illustrated the composer's abilities. After Dean Jian appeared, even Lung Shuha and his circle were guessing who the lyricist and composer were, not to mention others. Su Nanjing also found it unexpected, then remembered something and explained to Bai Lian in the back seat. Dean Jian, that's the teacher who's really good at guzheng. Bai Lian, little sister, when you go to Jiangjing, I have a surprise for you. He recalled something Gao Yin had told him. In the back seat, Bai Lian lazily turned a page. The car arrived at Puris Street. Bai Lian said goodbye to Su Nanjing. Next to Puris Street's trash cans, a blonde-haired man squatting and smoking stood up when he saw Bai Lian. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he pulled a few tickets out of his pocket and handed them to Bai Lian. Bai Lian reached out to take them. Inside the car, seeing Bai Lian interacting with a ruffian with yellow hair, Su Nanjing couldn't help but sit up straight, his gaze following as the yellow-haired man gave Bai Lian something. Hey, Su Nanjing sat up, his eyes narrowing slightly, and tapped Xiao Bingwen's shoulder. Doesn't the thing in her hand look familiar? Chapter 459, 181st Annual Feel-Good Article, Alien Offers Tickets, Second Update. _1 Xiao Bingwen was messaging Lung Shuha while casually browsing Weibo. Lung Shuha. Link, Lung Shuha. This big shot's Weibo. He clicked on the link and saw a Weibo post with the word found. With only 1 following, which was the Douyin platform, but already had 2.01 million fans, all active ones. Is this the Weibo of the lyricist and composer? Xiao Bingwen followed the account and heard Su Nanjing's voice, and when he looked up, he saw Bai Lian slipping the blue ticket back into his school uniform pocket. It does look a bit like your ticket, Xiao Bingwen paused. It looked very much like a Fight Club ticket, but she seems to have many? Those tickets could only be obtained by Su Nanjing through Chao. The Chun family might also be able to get them since it said they have a senior brother in the Fight Club, but Su Nanjing and Xiao Bingwen were not familiar with them. Even so, Su Nanjing had only gotten 3 tickets. At a glance, Bai Lian seemed to have many. It couldn't be, right? And considering Bai Lian's demeanor, she did not seem like someone who would go to a gory place like a fight club. It seemed he sensed their gaze. The blonde guy smoking looked up and smiled at Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing. He wore a black t-shirt with a skull pattern and a silver necklace around his neck, exuding a vibrant vibe. Xiao Bingwen. It shouldn't be. The next day, Friday, Bai Lian sent the organized data to Heewon. Heewon sent her a message of thanks. Through a long corridor, the Research Institute office. Wearing a blue radiation suit, Heewon stood in front of all the team members, listening to Jiang Fulai speak. The underground laboratory was naturally cold, with cold white lighting, and surrounded by high-tech machinery. Jiang Fulai was sitting in his seat with the computer screen displaying academic papers in front of him. One hand rested on the armrest while the other pointed at the computer screen. His prominent nose adorned with glasses and lips tightly pursed. His cold, white fingertips paused on an example, and he slightly turned his head. Adhesive forces and repulsive forces have opposite curvatures. One causes space to contract and the other causes it to expand. Are you using this example to discuss positive and negative energy? What should I say to you? Should I encourage you to bravely challenge Dirac? He chuckled disdainfully, and others in the know understood that it was directed at Heewon, who lowered his head even further. Heewon. After Jiang Fulai finished looking over everything, he stood up with his phone. Is this the review you organized? He glanced again at the printed documents in Heewon's hands. Heewon, yes, new literature. Jiang Fulai gave him a cold look. You don't need to write acknowledgments. Heewon. Once Jiang Fulai left, other team members approached, imitating Jiang Fulai's words and then patting Heewon on the shoulder. Brave enough to challenge Dirac, that's Heewon. You're our lab's next Dirac. Today, only Heewon was rebuked, while the rest reveled in his misfortune. Heewon, holding several papers and smiling, said, Say that one more time, and next time Jiang Xiao invites us to eat, you all can order for yourselves. The others. Heewon turned back to his station, picked up his phone and vented to Bai Lian. Got scolded today, running with tears, running with tears, running with tears, Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. When Bai Lian saw Hewen's message, she had already finished school. She glanced down at his reply. He went off and got scolded, and she was used to it by now. In class 15, a bunch of people gathered, with Pu Xiaohan speaking loudly. We don't have to go to Aunt Zhang's place for the next few days. Yin Lu is going to record a show there. Bai Lian slowly followed behind the group. She was looking through the questions on the Jiangjing app. Upon opening the app, she saw cries of anguish all over the public screen, but Bai Lian wasn't paying attention and just kept brushing through the questions, most of which were fill in the blank. Wang Qi, Pu Xiaohan, and the others had been in the midst of a heated discussion. That was until they saw the person standing at the doorway of the bubble tea shop, and their voices subconsciously quieted down quite a bit. When Bai Lian looked up, she saw Jiang Fulai standing in the corner outside the bubble tea shop. School had been out for a while, but there were still plenty of people at the bubble tea shop. Jiang Fulai stood in the corner about 2 to 3 meters away from the doorway, where the warm light of the setting sun slanted down through the roof. He was clad in a black jacket, the zipper left undone to reveal the snow-white t-shirt underneath, with his fringe longer than his eyebrows, casually swiping his phone screen, looking both disengaged and aloof. As Ning Xiao and Tang Ming passed by, they respectfully greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked up indifferently. I'm going to see Yin Lu. Bai Lian didn't go into the bubble tea shop. Instead, she shielded her eyes from the still somewhat glaring sunset with her phone, and slightly raised her head. Chapter 460, 181st Annual Feel-Good Article, Alien Offers Tickets, Second Update, _2 Zhang Mama's house is just ahead. Jiang Fulai walked a bit further ahead, blocking the sunlight. Let's go then. He accompanied Bai Lian there. Did you curse at Hewen today? Bai Lian asked with her mobile phone in hand, a bit curious. Jiang Fulai's eyes were cold, and he answered casually. If describing facts is considered cursing. From his tone, Bai Lian knew Hewen would be criticized again next week, so she changed the subject. Are you going fishing with my grandpa tomorrow? Jiang Fulai had spent the whole week in the lab. There were 2 days off for the weekend. Hearing about going fishing with Ji Heng, Bai Lian still wasn't clear how the two had gotten in touch. Zhang family. Mei Yi and his agent had already arrived. The agent was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight. He looked around the Zhang family's backyard and whispered to Mei Yi, "You've got a good eye." Mei Yi came to Xiangqing to record a show with Yin Lu. His agent had disagreed at first. Back then, the old storms of the book world were too intense, and he didn't want Mei Yi to get caught up in them. Who would have thought that under those circumstances, Yin Lu would not only make a comeback, but also turn it into her own popularity. These past few days, she had been the center of attention on various social media platforms. The netizens even jokingly referred to it as the feel-good hit of the year. Mei Yi, who was 30, was dressed in a sporty outfit, looking handsome and poised. Upon hearing that, he simply smiled and did not speak. However, this show's main goal is to create opportunities with Yin Lu. Mei Yi's agent was also aware of Yin Lu's personality. Wang Xian said she's dull, and the show's effect would probably be quite ordinary. Besides that one street, there's nothing particularly interesting in Xiangqing. Just take it as a vacation. Mei Yi and Yin Lu weren't familiar with each other to begin with, and describing it as ordinary was already putting it mildly. Cameras were being installed in the hall and Yin Lu's room. They were starting to record the show tomorrow. The director of Come Here Friend was talking to Sister Xian. Don't worry, we'll try to edit it to make it more interesting. But apart from Mei Yi, doesn't Yin Lu have any other friends inside or outside the industry who can appear on camera? Next to them, Ah Huang and Xiao Yan were helping clean the living room. And upon hearing this, thought of that group of students from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. They did have friends, just not famous ones. I'll ask, but they probably don't want to be on camera, Wang Xian said with a smile somewhat wistfully. She also has a few friends outside the industry. If Bai Lian were willing to appear on camera, the viewership would definitely be extraordinary. And then there was Jiang Fulai. Without mentioning anything else, just them showing their faces would basically outshine the current trending celebrities in terms of looks. But to ask them to appear on camera? Who could have that much clout? All right then. the director said, somewhat regretfully. He looked down at the program recording plan he had given to Yan-Lu. Shopping, moving flowers, selling flowers, studying. There wasn't anything fresh and eye-catching to show. He really wanted Yan-Lu to invite Dean Jian over. That would guarantee explosive ratings, but both Yan-Lu and Wang Xian avoided the topic of Dean Jian. Of course, the director was disappointed. Zhang Mama had returned to her hometown the past 2 days, leaving the place to Yan-Lu, who came out with a flower pot. Speaking to Mei, "Well, go shopping first tomorrow morning, then buy groceries in the afternoon to cook." Mei's agent listened to Yan-Lu's lackluster plan without surprise. "Why don't you invite a couple more friends over? Otherwise, it'll be awkward having just you and Mei eating alone." Mainly because Mei was a guy. Yan-Lu was about to reply. Someone knocked at the door from outside. She set down the flower pot and went to open the door. Mei and his agent both glanced toward the door. Outside stood 2 people, a man and a woman. The girl, dressed in a loose school uniform, casually twirled a mobile phone in her hand. Her almond eyes slightly squinted, looking very laid back. Her skin was exceptionally pale. Her hair lazily held up behind her head with 2 wooden hairpins, backlight by the glow of the evening sky, wearing no other adornments. She seemed as though she were standing in a colorful comic book. She slightly tilted her head to speak to the man beside her. The man by her side wore a dark coat, looking cool and distant. His features were pleasing, but too aloof, with a strong presence that made it difficult for one to look directly at him. "Miss Bai, young Master Jiang." Yan-Lu opened the door, greeting the 2 in a soft voice. In the living room, Sister Xian saw Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian outside, dropped the conversation with the director, and ran out to greet the 2. The director, seeing Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai for the first time, was taken aback by their appearance. Having been around the entertainment circle for so long, such looks were rare, not to mention their charisma. "Who are they?" the director asked Mei. Mei's gaze fell on Bai Lian. "They're friends of Yan-Lu." He had seen Bai Lian on set before, and everyone present was shocked by that sighting. Seeing her once was unforgettable. Mei's agent wasn't much involved with filming and hadn't met Bai Lian or Jiang Fulai. He asked, "Non-celebrity friends? Are they here to steal the spotlight, or does Time Entertainment plan to debut them?" With their looks, Time Entertainment would have struck gold. If they were non-celebrities, he was ready to make an offer. At the doorstep, Bai Lian didn't seem to have any intention of coming in. She stood there, talking to Yan-Lu. "You're just going to buy groceries and cook tomorrow afternoon? Didn't Sister Xian say that would be boring?" Sister Xian, feeling helpless, deliberately lowered her voice. "The director said the same, but there's nothing we can do about it. This is all we have here. Miss Bai, would you like to bring some of your classmates over tomorrow afternoon?" Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his pocket, just stood by Bai Lian without speaking. "No need." Bai Lian shook her head, taking several tickets out of her uniform pocket and handing them to Yan-Lu. Bai Lian had heard that right now there were a lot of fans of the white tank top. It was surely better than Yan-Lu entertaining the viewers with book reading at home. "What are these?" Yan-Lu, unfamiliar with them, instinctively accepted the tickets. Bai Lian curved her lips slightly. "You can go here tomorrow afternoon. These are tickets, and someone will meet you at the entrance to guide you. It shouldn't be boring." Jiang Fulai glanced down. It wouldn't be boring, but it might randomly scare someone to death. Chapter 461. Mysterious Guest _1 introduced by 182 Jiang. She would describe this using the words "not boring." Those who can get to the fighting arena on Bachter Street more or less have some connection with Bachter Street. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, and there are many urban legends about Xiangqing. That's why most of the fighting arena is only broadcast on platforms. Not to mention domestic variety shows, even those from other countries, none has ever recorded a show on Bachter Street. Who would have the guts? Miss Bai really knows how to give out tickets. Jiang Fulai retracted his gaze. "Okay, I'll take them there tomorrow." Although Yan-Lu was a few years older than Bai Lian always listened respectfully when Yan-Lu spoke. She took the tickets and looked down at them. "Can this event be broadcast?" The date and location on the ticket indicated it was a fight. The arch-shaped entrance printed on the front was majestic, the likes of which she had never seen before. Yinlu had left Xiangqing since she was little, and didn't know much about it. Only today did she find out that there was such a large-scale fighting arena here. Taking teacher Mei to watch a fight was better than staying at home and having an awkward chat. It can be broadcast, but only 5 people are allowed in. Bai Lian put her hand back in her pocket, her eyebrows raised lightly. You decide which 5 people will go. Give me the list tonight, and I'll lead the way tomorrow. Yinlu just nodded. It sounded very strict. Are you going to the east side of the city tomorrow? Jiang Fulai asked leisurely after the two had finished speaking. It was already a hot spot for new internet celebrities, and the production team wanted to catch some popularity. Yinlu was very direct. I'm also promoting my hometown in passing. Okay, Jiang Fulai tapped on his phone, seemingly unconcerned. Someone will contact you later to arrange your filming for tomorrow. Yinlu replied with a single word, all right. Cameras were being installed in the yard, and Bai Lian did not enter with Jiang Fulai. After she gave the tickets to Yinlu, she left with Jiang Fulai. When the director saw the two who were both so outstanding leave, and that imposing man was left with only his back in sight, he jogged over. Yinlu, were those two also your friends? Did you invite them to your place as guests? Those two could also create a trending search on social media. The entertainment industry hasn't seen such divine beauty yet. Sister Xian looked at the director as if to say, you dare to think big. Even the head of the Jian Institute was more reliable than those two. No, Yinlu also rejected the suggestion, and then holding the tickets, she showed respect to teacher Mei. After visiting Wallow Street and Peace Street tomorrow, I plan to take teacher Mei to watch a fight. Is that okay with teacher Mei? Mei's smile was warm as he shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian. I'm fine with anything. You set the schedule at your convenience. Mei's manager showed no interest in the fight, merely glancing at the ticket. Baxter Street? Where is that? Never heard of it. Almost everyone present hadn't heard of this place before. The director took out his phone and searched the map. It was off the beaten path, but it indeed existed. Only 5 people can enter? Yinlu, do you have the number of this fighting arena's owner? I want to talk to them. See if we can bring a few more people and in turn promote their fighting arena. If only 5 people can enter, there wouldn't be many photographers they could bring. The director also wanted to shoot more footage. Yinlu looked down at the ticket, which had a customer service number that seemed like an overseas one. She handed it to the director. You ask them. The director took the ticket, looked at the number, and immediately took out his phone to make a polite call to state their intentions. Sir, the person on the other line smiled. Don't joke like this next time. Voices came faintly from the other side. Whose call is that? Someone who didn't get a ticket calling to make a fuss. The director, who was making a fuss over not getting a ticket. Since they were going fishing tomorrow, Jiang Fulai planned to explain all of Ning Xiao and Tang Ming's difficult problems tonight. After finishing her part-time job, Yang Lin was enthusiastically kept by Pu Xiaohan to do problems. You'd have to turn on the light to do homework at home, which is a waste of electricity. Here, so many people are together. You can ask them about 3 problems and save on your electricity bill. Pu Xiaohan had now mastered the essence. Yang Lin was hard to approach. In more than 2 years as classmates, she only accepted favors from Bai Lian, and that too under the premise of repaying. Even after learning about Yang Jianping's situation, Pu Xiaohan continued to treat Yang Lin with her previous attitude. Yang Lin stayed and sat at Jianzhe's table to do her homework. 11 o'clock. Outside the milk tea shop, Su Nanjing, who had just parked the car, was shocked to see the opposite side. Xiangcheng's students were also this studious? They were still doing homework together so late. It wasn't until close to midnight that the group began to pack up. Su Nanjing opened the car door and got out. It was quite late, and only the elongated shadows of trees lined the road, with few cars in sight, making it exceptionally quiet. Chapter 462. Mysterious Guest _2 introduced by 182 Jiang. You send them home. Jiang Fulai glanced at the car Su Nanjing drove today, a four-seater, referring to Pu Xiaohan, Yang Lin, and Tang Ming who lived in the same direction. It was too late today, so Jiang Fulai didn't let them go back on their own. Jianzhe picked up his phone. "I'll call a car to go back, don't worry, I'm of age." Jiang Fulai nodded slightly. He himself was taking Ning Xiao and Bai Lian home, as they were also in the same direction. Yang Lin wore black glasses, her hair longer than her eyes, and she silently picked up her backpack, quietly refusing as Pu Xiaohan quickly wrapped an arm around her, stopping her from leaving. "I'm scared to ride with two men." Su Nanjing, Tang Ming. Tang Ming's home was very close, just a 5-minute ride. Due to Pu Xiaohan's fear, Su Nanjing went out of his way to drop her home first. Only after seeing her turn on the light and wave from above, did he drive towards the tube building. Pu Xiaohan lived in a complex where the car could stop downstairs, whereas Yang Lin's place was in the tube building which the car couldn't enter. At midnight, the streets were still bustling with people gathering together. Some were shirtless, others sat on the ground playing cards, and some were cleaning up trash. Seeing a pricey car pull up, many people looked over. Su Nanjing got out with a pack of cigarettes and followed Yang Lin inside after turning off the engine. Yang Lin turned to look at him frowning, and Su Nanjing bowed his head to light a cigarette, with smoke rising. "Sister Bai Lian asked me to escort you to the building in trance." By the time Bai Lian got home, it was past midnight. She returned later than usual, and Ji Hung had not waited up for her, having gone to sleep early. A lamp was left on in front of her door, and the courtyard lights were dimly lit. Bai Lian glanced at Ji Heng's room, guessing he had fallen asleep, so she didn't bother him and opened the door while looking at her phone. On her phone, Yin Lu had already sent over the list of 5 persons along with their identity documents. She took a screenshot and forwarded it to Xiaowu. Ordinary people needed a pass to enter Bacter Street. After replying, she went to take a shower. After her shower, she used a white towel to dry her hair, and walked over to the dressing table beside her bed. She lit the sandalwood with a lighter, and a faintly scented smoke began to curl up. Finally, it diffused throughout her modest room. She just leaned against the dressing table. The sedative incense didn't have much effect on her, but as she breathed in the wisps of smoke, her tense nerves relaxed slightly. At least, she didn't have nightmares as often as before. Her phone on the desk vibrated several times. Bai Lian took down the towel. Everyone in the group was checking in, saying they had gotten home. Jiang Fulai also sent her a message. "Got home." And he sent her a picture of Jiang He sleeping under a cabbage blanket. Bai Lian looked at the picture for a while, then pressed on her phone and replied with a number. One on the other side of the phone, Mr. Jiang, who had just grabbed his pajamas, looked down at this one for a long while before expressionlessly closing the bathroom door. Early Saturday morning. Ji Hung was going fishing, and both Jiang Fulai and Chief Chen arrived very early. Jiang He, carrying a small bag and dressed in the blue mandarin jacket Ji Hung had made for him, followed energetically behind Jiang Fulai. Bai Lian and Ji Hung were both up. Ji Hung was brushing his teeth by the outdoor sink. Chief Chen, who brought breakfast on his way, set it down on the stone table and greeted the two. Bai Lian lazily raised her hand in greeting, grabbed a bottle of milk, leisurely inserted the straw, and watched Ji Hung thoughtfully. Ji Hung spit out the mouthwash and took the initiative. "Xiaojiang, what size clothes do you wear?" Jiang Fulai was momentarily startled. Then after a moment he seemed to understand. "I don't know." Ji Hung leisurely finished brushing his teeth and washed his face outside. "Then that's perfect. Go inside and bring out the tape measure. I'll measure you, and when I'm free in a couple of days, I'll make you a suit too." After brushing her teeth and taking her measurements, Bai Lian diligently recorded them, and asked about Jiang Fulai's preferences. She was too busy to chat with Bai Lian. It wasn't until after eating that a few people prepared to leave with their fishing gear. Bai Lian handed Ji Hung his fishing rod, and as he took it she suddenly spoke. Didn't you forget the chemical bond?" Jiang Fulai stood by, not daring to speak. Director Chen didn't understand, but since Jiang Fulai remained silent, he naturally dared not say anything either. Jiang He simply blinked and stared at Ji Hung. Ji Hung. Bai Lian left with them, taking bus route 12. After they watched her board the bus, Jiang Fulai and his group got into the car parked by the roadside. Ming Dongheng had been in the driver's seat the whole time, not getting out. Director Chen opened the door to the passenger seat and sat down. The door in the back automatically opened. Right after Jiang Fulai sat down in the back, he leisurely took out the laptop on the table, and Ji Hung suddenly asked, "Seriously, who came up with so many chemical bonds? Can he really remember all those regulations? Why can't AlCl3 be an ionic compound?" Jiang Fulai. Director Chen. Jiang he silently hugged his pillow, honestly saying, "Aluminium chloride is a special case." Ji Hung. He silently picked up his pipe and opened the car window, as if the one who had just gone crazy wasn't him. 8 o'clock. Come here friend began recording. Yen Lu got up at 6 in the morning, bought breakfast for Mei Yi, watered the plants at home, and then sat in the yard to read a book while waiting for Mei Yi to wake up. The production team watching Yen Lu sat motionless in the yard reading for half an hour, all in silence. Mei Yi got up at 7 and called Yen Lu sister, while Yen Lu naturally referred to him as big brother. Their interaction wasn't awkward. They seemed like actual siblings. After eating, Yen Lu took him to buy milk tea near the school. The milk tea shop had just opened, and Yen Lu turned to Mei Yi saying, "The cakes here are delicious, but they were even better before." The shopkeeper recognized Yen Lu and Mei Yi and excitedly said, "Yes, Mr. Kai's cakes are delicious. You can buy them here next month." Mr. Chi? The director was somewhat puzzled, wondering if it was common to call a pastry chef Mr. Chi in Xiangqing, which seemed very civilized. The others didn't ask much about this Mr. Chi, as he was just a cake maker after all. After buying the milk tea, Yen Lu took them to City East Wudong Street, saying on the way, "Someone will meet us at the final stop." The production team thought it was someone arranged by Yen Lu and didn't pay much attention. Determined to bond with Yen Lu's side, Mei Yi's agent didn't leave during the show and kept talking with Xian's sister while heading to the destination. "Is Yen Lu familiar with her songwriter?" Xian's sister laughed. "Pretty familiar." From a certain perspective, they could all be considered to have a life and death relationship. If the songwriter shows up, this episode will definitely hit big, Mei Yi's agent sighed. After Dean Jian appeared, a bunch of people online were guessing about the songwriter. When the car reached the intersection at Xiang Mountain Avenue, it being Saturday, Lao Street was bustling, and a few casually dressed people stood at the side of the road, led by a middle-aged woman. Behind them, the director had just gotten out of the car, eyeing the woman's plain face and contemplating her likely being the meet-up person Yen Lu mentioned. Not too concerned. "Who's this?" Mei Yi's agent turned to look at Xian's sister, curious. Chapter 463. Directors Group 183. "Oh no, we have to cut here today. Second update, _1. Shinji also hadn't seen her before, and simply stood to one side with a bottle of mineral water. She shook her head at Mei Yi's manager. Seeing Yen Lu and the others getting out of the car, the middle-aged woman took a couple of steps forward to shake hands with Yen Lu and Mei Yi. "Miss Yen Lu, Mr. Mei Yi, welcome to our Xiangqing. Today's schedule has been arranged for you. This is..." Mei Yi looked towards Yen Lu. He didn't know her and was just waiting for Yen Lu to introduce her. Yen Lu didn't know her either, and Jiang Fulai didn't say. "My name is Sun Dan," the woman said with a hearty smile, measuring the distance appropriately and her demeanor efficient and decisive. "I was transferred to the Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau last month. I am very happy that your program could come here." As she spoke, she had someone from behind hand over Xiangqing's cultural and creative gift bags to the crew. The director was somewhat surprised. Was it actually someone from the official Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Sun Dan didn't stay in front of the cameras for long. She had someone take Yen Lu and Mei Yi to tour around, and went to greet the director proactively. "I heard your variety show is an online series." She had quite a commanding presence, which made the director respond subconsciously. Yes, it's a bit difficult to get on satellite TV. Their show was an online series, which could generate more heat if it went on satellite because some older people don't watch online shows. "Is that so?" Sun Dan pulled out her phone. "I'll leave you a number. Later, get in touch with Director Zhang. For lunch, I'll treat everyone." It's only proper to play host since you've come to Xiangqing. Sundan had someone lead them inside for tourism, and then she hurried off again. After the people left, the director exchanged glances with Xinjie and Mei's manager, saying, "Director Zhang? The only Director Zhang I know of is." The director was initially going to ask Xinjie, but, seeing her also looking bewildered, he turned to ask the several young people wearing cultural and creative t-shirts who Ms. Sun was. "You mean Director Sun?" The young man scratched his head. "She's the head of our Culture and Tourism Bureau. She just transferred from Jiangjing last month. She used to be with the Jiangjing Cultural and Tourism Bureau." The logistics department was very quiet. At first no one, including the director, spoke. Someone from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? 2 minutes later, the director realized what had happened and subconsciously looked at Xinjie. "My Xinjie, why didn't you say something sooner? Come here, friend, an online variety show." Although popular, how did it catch the attention of the Culture and Tourism Bureau? And this Ms. Sun is from Jiangjing? She knows Director Zhang? Mei's manager was also shocked. It was one thing for Dean Jian to be an official figure, but now another official, more proper official had shown up, and they were going to treat them to lunch. "Xinjie, you ask her, but whom should she ask? Was my attitude just now a bit rude?" the director asked, now fully aware of the situation. Bai Lian spent the entire day studying in the library. On the weekend, Yang Lin had 2 part-time jobs and left with her backpack at 3 in the afternoon. Jianjia had developed the habit of reading every day and asked Bai Lian quite a few questions today. Ji Heng and Jiang Fulai caught quite a few fish today, and invited Bai Lian's classmates over for dinner. A little after 4 in the afternoon, Bai Lian led them back home first since Pu Xiaohan planned to film a day in the life of a fish video, and include it in Ji Heng's current edit. Pu Xiaohan had taken the filming of the video for Ji Heng's and the 3 embroideresses' graduation gowns very seriously. It required 3 months of filming, and she planned to make a 20-minute video. Thus, there was plenty of material to gather. In the yard, Bureau Chief Chen was still showing the fish he caught to the children who had come back, one by one on the ground. Shouting, "Look, these are the fish I caught," Bureau Chief Chen told Tang Ming. Tang Ming gave a deep hum in response. Bureau Chief Chen looked at him oddly. "Are you okay?" Not getting the feedback he was hoping for, Bureau Chief Chen simply stopped talking to him. Ning Xiao was even more silent than Tang Ming, so Bureau Chief Chen went to talk to Pu Xiaohan. "This one I caught. This one is by Master Jiang. This is Uncle Ji." Pu Xiaohan was very considerate to Bureau Chief Chen. She captured footage of the fish he caught with her camera. After showing his friends, Bureau Chief Chen saw Jiang Fulai casually holding a basket of vegetables. In a jolt, he quickly stood up. "You and Miss Bai should rest. I will take over the cooking." Bai Lian handled the knife, slowly sizing up the fish. The back of the knife gleamed coldly. It made it seem as though she was about to dissect the fish into pieces. Upon hearing, she looked over at Bureau Chief Chen, raising an eyebrow. "You?" "Certainly," said Bureau Chief Chen with confidence. He had specifically consulted with Qi Lu before returning to Jiangjing, so he set the basket aside and took the knife from Bai Lian's hand. "Don't worry. If worse came to worst, he would video call Qi Yundai." Bai Lian stood aside, watching Bureau Chief Chen skillfully slice the fish into fillets, and that's when she believed him. Chapter 464. Directors Group 183. "Oh no, we have to cut here today." Second update, _2. Apart from Director Chen, there was Ji Heng and an embroideress in the kitchen. These 3 did not let a group of students get involved. Outside, Ning Xiao washed the fruits they bought, cut them, and placed them neatly on a plate to bring out. There were 2 embroideresses working on their embroidery at one side. After Pu Xiaohan finished photographing the fish, she went to take pictures of them, while Jiang He sat on a high stool nearby, his eyes wide open watching. Ming Dongheng stood with his arms folded next to Jiang He, occasionally speaking when Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai called out to him. Tang Ming, playing Go with Wing Qi, finally couldn't help himself and asked Wing Qi across from him. "Don't you think I'm really cool?" Wing Qi. Okay, Tang Ming got it. After Ning Xiao finished with the fruit, and saw there was nothing for him to do, He took out his phone and asked Jiang Fulai a question. Bai Lian looked down at the time on her hand, 5:40, then looked up and said to Jiang Fulai, "I'm going to lead the way for Yen Lu." "All right," Jiang Fulai nodded, tapping Ning Xiao's phone screen and glancing at Ning Xiao for only a moment. Ning Xiao fell silent completely. Purist Street's entrance. The film crew's 2 vehicles were both parked there. The director got out of the car from the back, and the cameraman followed, shouldering the camera. Passengers on the street, upon seeing the filming equipment, couldn't help but take a few extra glances. "Are you sure we go through here?" the director asked Yen Lu hesitantly. The area was full of old houses, even the road paved with blue stone slabs, and the nearby shops were old-fashioned. There were quite a few people around, but it didn't feel like there was a fighting ring anywhere to be found. Was the fight just an old workshop? However, the program crew had already been shocked by the appearance of Sun Dan in the morning, capturing many precious scenes, so they were only moderately looking forward to Yen Lu's and Mei Yi's travel segment in the evening. But seeing this desolate area, they were still skeptical. Yen Lu, looking down at Bai Lian's reply on her phone, led them deeper in. "Yes, she's waiting for us at a small convenience store." The crew walked forward somewhat skeptically, several cameras already rolling and recording the journey. Yen Lu, unfamiliar with the place, chatted about trivial things with Mei Yi. The 2 of them discussed the topic of acting. Behind them, Mei Yi's agent looked at the surroundings and frowned. "Xinjie, is this reliable?" Xinjie herself wasn't sure either. The group had only walked a few steps when they saw Bai Lian up ahead. She was dressed in a blue stand-collar top with a white long skirt beneath. Her hair was half-tied back, and she was holding a red Wangzai milk, talking to the store owner, leaving everyone with just a view of her profile. At dusk, in the ancient alley with its lingering charm, a gigantic old tree stretched its lazy branches into the lane, casting a background of hazy glows and mists. Compelled by the scene, the film crew paused for a moment. It was only when Yen Lu called out to Bai Lian that she turned her head slightly, with the straw in her mouth, and everyone snapped out of it. Yen Lu had already told the crew in advance to try not to film Bai Lian as much as possible. "Only 5 people can go in," Bai Lian said after finishing her milk, squeezing the carton flat. The director, wearing his headset, said, "I know, well just wait at the door then." That was what he said, but the director had his own considerations. He had brought cash, planning to negotiate a bit with the staff at the door, or to buy out others' tickets at several times the price to sneak a few more people inside. Bai Lian tossed the milk carton into a trash can nearby. Hearing him, she glanced at the director, probably guessing what he was thinking, and simply curved her lips without saying anything. She led the group towards the Qingshui Bridge. All along the way, several cameras were filming, and neighbors who recognized Bai Lian all greeted her with a smile. "What's this for, a TV station?" The crew captured these genuine reactions of the passers-by. "These are all my neighbors," Bai Lian said to Yen Lu and Mei Yi. Mei Yi looked at Bai Lian and smiled. "You seem to be quite popular." The walk was a bit long, and as they approached the Qingshui Bridge, a middle-aged man with a scar on his brow, giving him a somewhat formidable air, slowly walked towards them while looking at his phone. The crew gave him a wide berth. However, he stopped upon seeing Bai Lian. "Where are you going? Didn't Ning Xiao say you would be having dinner at your grandfather's house?" "I'm taking people to Bacter Street. I'll be back soon," Bai Lian answered him slowly. Then she turned to introduce him to Yen Lu and Mei Yi. "This is Uncle Wang, my classmate's uncle." "Hello." Mei Yi and Yen Lu greeted politely. "I see." Wang Yufeng looked at the director and his crew, grinning. "Then you go ahead. I have to get fish soup from your grandfather's house." All around were Bai Lian's neighbors. The cameraman, knowing Wang Yufeng was one of the locals, didn't film him but focused on Mei Yi and Yen Lu instead, although some of the other cameras captured Wang Yufeng's figure from behind. Chapter 465. Directors Group 183. "Oh no, we have to cut here today. Second update, _3. They also carefully avoided Bai Lian, because Bai Lian was a high school student, and couldn't just be filmed at random. Behind them, the director took his gaze off Wang Yufeng and spoke to Sister Xian and the others. This Bai student has so many friends. It feels like the whole street knows her. There just weren't any funny moments. The evening's outing was indeed a bit boring. But fortunately, they had managed to film something that morning, enough for them to edit. As they chatted, they arrived at Qingshui Bridge. Qingshui Bridge wasn't very long, arched, and very impressive, sticking out like a sore thumb in contrast to the rest of Purist Street. At 6 o'clock, the lights on the bridge were turned on, and the sudden sight of such a bridge startled everyone from the crew. Reaching the middle of the bridge, they could see the roadblock set up at the end of the bridge and the towering sign. Moving forward, the words Bachter Street came into view for everyone. The director looked at the people patrolling back and forth in black clothes, aghast, and tilted his head. Sister Exion, what is this? Sister Exion. Great. The director saw a Sister Exion who again knew nothing. In front of them, Yin Lu and Mei Yi were still under the camera, and although shocked, both were well-trained actors, trying their best to keep their expressions normal. It seems even Yin Lu doesn't know about this place. Have you been here before? Mei Yi asked Bai Lian as he looked down. He was tall and had long legs, a refined gentleman, very well known as an unassuming guy in the circles. Bai Lian, holding her phone, had already seen Xiaowu talking to someone. She explained. To get to the fight club you have to go through here. By the time she finished speaking, Xiaowu had already seen them and he hurried out. Sis. Then he grinned at Yin Lu and the others. Are you taking them in? Yes, Bai Lian lazily instructed. Although Bachter Street often saw fights and brawls, no one dared bother the people from the bar and the auction house. Call me if there's any trouble. With his striking red hair, Xiaowu assured her, don't worry. As the two talked, the crew nearby was silent, not daring to utter a word. Xiaowu had already prepared access passes for 5 people ahead of time. He asked the 5 people to come out and enter with him. These 5 were Yin Lu, Mei Yi, the director, and 2 cameramen. The director stiffly followed Xiaowu, and suddenly one of the staff members remembered something. Director, didn't you say you'd bribe them to let us all in? Director. Annoying, what's with all this bribing? Do you think you're the only one who can talk? After watching them go in, Bai Lian slightly turned her body and lifted her chin toward Sister Exion. Do you want to wait here or go back? Sister Exion snapped out of her daze and replied, Let's go back. Inside, the director was flanked by 2 cameramen, who dared not record the show at this time, and quietly set down their cameras, nervously following Xiaowu inside. These were people recommended by Bai Lian, so Xiaowu was very polite to them. The group passed the checkpoint and saw the vast Bachter Street and the Qinglong Bar directly ahead. Xiaowu enthusiastically explained Bachter Street to Yin Lu and Mei Yi, and seeing that the 2 cameramen hadn't started recording yet, he scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you here to record a show? Go on record, it's fine. As he spoke, the cameramen, including Yin Lu and the director, noticed a towering hulk of a man passing by with gun holsters strapped to both knees. The cameramen who had just nervously lifted their cameras put them down again. The director looked stiffly at Yin Lu. He was going to lose it. What kind of place was this? Did May not mention this kind of situation? They're not going to cancel here today, right? Chapter 466. 184 Yin Lu really has a big shot behind her _1. Shoot! Xiaowu fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually pulling one out and signaling the 2 photographers. The director and photographers all picked up on the casual vibe that felt like someone saying at a dinner table, Eat, you guys eat. Mr. Xiaowu. Mei finally came back to his senses, his eyes gentle. He tried to be as polite as possible when he asked about the gun holster on the man's knee. Can we really film freely here? Would they just pull out guns randomly? No need to call me mister. Xiaowu was uncomfortable with such polite language. He enthusiastically introduced himself to them. In Bachter Street. Nicholas. Street Fighter. Mao 5. All titles self-proclaimed. The frightened director showed a rare expression of confusion on his face. Just film those 2, Xiaowu, after consulting Mao Kuan, bit his cigarette and patted the director on the shoulder in a buddy-buddy manner. People here are not particular. As long as you don't film their faces directly, you're mostly fine. See? Next to the street is the street of local customs. Shoot whatever you guys want. Xiaowu said it so nonchalantly, but every pat made the director shrink a little. Film faces directly? Does he look like someone who dares to even take a second look at them? Filming faces directly was giving them too much credit. There's an old saying, since you've come already. The director had the two photographers turn on their cameras, and they gingerly lifted the cameras to follow behind Yan Lu and Mei Yi. The director walked with Xiaowu outside of the frame. They were still a bit away from the fighting ring, and Yan Lu and Mei Yi felt a lot of pressure too. The two went into a local shop where the owner lazily sat in the back, surrounded by a variety of items such as bows, knives, climbing ropes, everything. Upon seeing the camera, the owner's eyes narrowed and he was about to get up, but then his gaze settled on Xiaowu next to the camera, lingering on his black attire for a moment before he lazily sat back down. After filming local life, the group finally reached the fighting ring through a long, narrow alley. All along the way, many people curiously stared at the crew holding cameras. But on this street, you never know, anyone might be carrying a pinhole camera or a chewing gum bomb. Those openly holding cameras looked foolish and not threatening. Of course, that's because when they saw Xiaowu, they recognized him as someone from the Qinglong bar, so they treated it like a show. The crew finally realized there was no danger, and started to relax. As they followed the winding path, the crew finally saw the semicircular fighting ring. In the middle, a huge stone was carved with the motif of the fighting ring, and on the right hung a poster of a man with a mask. At the entrance stood 2 rows of burly men with dark skin, obvious daggers and guns inserted in their knee pads, eyes like eagles, and a bloodthirsty aura about them. The director, recalling that he was the one who called this place yesterday asking them to help with the promotion, he pinched the philtrum of his nose. "What's wrong with you?" Xiaowu stuffed his hands in his pockets, tilting his head in confusion as he looked at the director. "Director, Bachter Street. Nicholas. Street Fighter. Mao 5. Do these people have?" As he spoke, he ran his hand across his neck. Xiaowu nodded. "They are mercenaries. They've definitely done it before. No need to call me mister. What mercenary hasn't tasted blood on the blade's edge?" This was it. The director swallowed hard. Would they triangulate on him? Qingshui Bridge. After Xiaowu brought Yan Lu and his group inside, Bai Lian headed back. Originally, these people aimed to spend big on extra tickets to get in, but now, let alone spending money, they didn't even have the courage to stand at the entrance. As soon as Bai Lian left, they all followed her. They had arrived in a buzz of excitement, but now were silent. All instinctively took out their phones and searched Bachter Street, where online information on Bachter Street was scarce, without any formal introduction, and most mentions of the name were hushed and full of taboo. There was no need to search, really, just seeing the boundary. Passing the guards at the entrance was proof enough that this place was not meant for ordinary people. Bai Lian walked at the forefront of the group, pulling out her Bluetooth headset to put on, starting her audio reading. Hewen happened to message her at this moment. Both highly intelligent, they had also become friends online, especially since there were many things that Hewen didn't dare complain about to others, only to Bai Lian. "Hewen. Dude, are you also in Xiangqing?" Hewen normally addressed Bai Lian with great respect as boss, but later got used to being brief and changed it to dude. Chapter 467. 184. Yan Lu really has a big shot behind her _2. Bai Lian had told him her name, but he never changed it, calling her oldie. Latterly, Bai Lian stopped bothering with small talk, and let him call her as he pleased. Bai Lian typed with one hand. She was now proficient at it, but her responses were still brief. 1. Hewen. I got a holiday and there was a hefty subsidy for the new year. Do you have time to come out? I'll treat you to a meal. Hewen. And about the recent research papers. In the scientific research community, these were the big events. Hewen had talked about it with his team members, but some things could only be gotten by those on the same wavelength. When Jiang Fulai introduced Bai Lian to Hewen, it was also because he felt that the two had extraordinary talent in mathematics. Bai Lian. 1. After replying to Hewen, she switched back to the reading app. Sister Xian was walking to Bai Lian's left. She was the only one who took things relatively in stride, since she was directly involved in Zhang Shi's case. From Qi Yundai to Bai Lian, every person involved was extraordinary. The group said their goodbyes on the road outside Purist Street. Only after Bai Lian's figure had vanished at the entrance of the alley did Mei Yi's agent lean in closer. Staring at the mouth of the alley, his heart still pounding, he said, "Sister Xian, that friend of teacher Yan Lu, who is it?" 2 honorifics in one sentence. Mei Yi's agent started to address her with teacher, even. "Yan Lu is still a newcomer," Sister Xian said with a helpless smile, correcting Mei Yi's agent's address. "Just call her Xiaolu. Don't worry, I assure you that tonight's agenda with teacher Mei won't be boring." That was all Sister Xian had to say. Mei Yi's agent nodded, seeing that Sister Xian didn't want to elaborate, and choosing not to press any further. On the way here, they had thought this place to be excessively run down, but as night fell, the bright streetlights cast a layer of mystery over these old houses. Mei Yi's agent had actually noticed how excessively reverent Yan Lu and Sister Xian were towards Bai Lian, which didn't seem typical of just friends. There were rumors in the circle that Yan Lu must have some big backer, but within the nearly secret-free industry, no one knew who it could be. Later, everyone let it go, assuming Yan Lu was just lucky. But now, Mei Yi's agent withdrew his gaze from the alley, realizing that Yan Lu really did have someone supporting her. He went back to the roadside, boarding the production team's vehicle to wait for Yan Lu and Mei Yi to finish their recording. In Ji Hing's courtyard, Ning Xiao had just finished a problem when he received a message from Wang Yufeng, saying he was at the corner. Ji Heng had just handed a thermos to Ning Xiao when he suggested, "Why don't you ask your uncle to join us for dinner? He's busy, needs to go back to check on my grandmother." Ning Xiao politely declined on Wang Yufeng's behalf. Wang Yufeng had a terrible temper, fierce and intimidating, and Ning Xiao had introduced Bai Lian and the others to him only because he had no other choice. After saying this, he took the thermos and left. Around the corner, Wang Yufeng stood under a streetlight making a phone call with his mobile. Seeing Ning Xiao, he gestured for him to come over. Ning Xiao silently handed over the thermos to Wang Yufeng, who then hung up the phone, took the thermos, and raised his eyebrows at Ning Xiao. "Not bad, huh? Going to a classmate's house and coming back with both food and gifts." He spoke offensively, and Ning Xiao rarely dealt with him. Wang Yufeng, carrying the thermos, returned to Grandma Wang's courtyard, where Grandma Wang sat in a chair, her head lowered as she leafed through a yellowed notebook. She was not feeling well, and occasionally coughed a couple of times. Wang Yufeng's heart sank, yet he lifted a smile onto his face. "Godmother, look at that kid, he went to his classmate's house and brought back some fish soup for you," he said as he twisted open the lid. "I have to say, it smells really good, I'll go pour you a bowl." He went to the kitchen to grab a bowl. Hearing that Ning Xiao went to a classmate's house to eat, Grandma Wang's face also filled with a smile. "He has many friends now, which eases my mind." The fighting ring. It was packed with people. Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing both sat in the front rows watching the exciting combat. To his right was Chael. Xiao Bingwen was seated on Su Nanjing's left. During the intermission, Su Nanjing sent messages in the group chat. "Su Nanjing, I didn't manage to snatch it at Ming Dongheng. The white vest had a match today, and the officials were still selling his autograph photos." Ming Dongheng had asked Su Nanjing to help him grab one, but Su Nanjing also failed to get it. "Why isn't Mr. Ming here today?" Xiao Bingwen retracted his gaze, leaning back, very puzzled. The white vest had reached the pinnacle. There weren't many chances to compete, such a rare opportunity. Su Nanjing and Xiao Bingwen both joined the excitement. But Ming Dongheng didn't come? He left with young Master Jiang. Su Nanjing stroked his chin, squinting. It said that they went fishing with Bai Lian's sister's grandfather. As for why he'd rather go fishing than come to watch the white vests match, Su Nanjing still didn't understand. Fishing? When did they start liking to fish? However, for Ming Dongheng, was fishing really more important than the white vests match? "How are things going with Professor Huang?" After replying to the messages, Su Nanjing turned his head slightly, ignoring Ming Dongheng's ellipsis. "Didn't he talk to you about rare metals?" Xiao Bingwen waved his hand dismissively. The fighting ring was hot. He took off his jacket quite helplessly. You're not unaware of how stubborn these scientific researchers can be. Explore new avenues, like the legendary Liang Wuyu, and that he won. Su Nanjing sprawled lazily with his leg propped up, scanning the crowd at the fighting ring. If you can recruit them, that would be a win. Liang Wuyu is still early, but you know where to find he won. In the country, no one could compare to the laboratories of these two people. Jiang Fulai, Director Ma. He-Wen was in the top 10 historically on the app. Not even Professor Huang could match him. Given enough time, his accomplishments might compare with Director Ma. Jiang Fulai really had insight. No one had expected that He-Wen, initially oppressed and had his papers stolen by his supervisor, would possess such high talent. A person who could potentially stand toe-to-toe with Director Ma in the future, who wouldn't want to recruit him. But He-Wen was also smart. He knew no family could be offended, so he directly followed Jiang Fulai into the research institute to cloister himself. No one could contact him. I don't dare poach from the Chen family's Liang Wuyu, Xiao Bingwen paused, sighing. And He-Wen, you also know who can find him. Jiang Fulai's lab had signed non-disclosure agreements. That was indeed the case. The last time Su Nanjing asked Jiang Fulai about Director Ma's matters, Jiang Fulai lightly glossed over with only a few words. Jiang Fulai never favored any side. Wanting to recruit someone from his side was a matter of each party's own abilities. Even when the Gao family wanted to use their connections to get into Jiang Fulai's lab, they were ruthlessly rejected. Let's wait for him to open the back door. Su Nanjing was speechless too. Unless there is snow in June. Speaking of this, he suddenly fell into a weird silence. All rules are made for those you don't like, but what if it's by Lian? Chapter 468. 185 Lucky Show Crew, Epic Meetup, Second Update, _1. The fight came to an end, and the surrounding crowd all stood up to applaud as if on cue. Xiao Bingwen rose to his feet and joined in the applause, vaguely spotting two camera lenses on the opposite side. Someone dared to bring in cameras here? He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking again. And he happened to see someone who definitely should not be here. Yin Lu? Why was she here? Xiao Bingwen struggled to accept this. And she even brought a camera? Was this some sort of entertainment venue? Su Nanjing noticed Xiao Bingwen's odd reaction and followed his gaze. What's wrong? I think I saw Yin Lu. Xiao Bingwen couldn't associate someone from the entertainment industry with this place, he pondered thoughtfully. No way, it's one thing for her to come here, but why would she bring a cameraman? Were the people at the fight club this easygoing? At the very back of the crowd, Yin Lu and Mei Yi hadn't left yet. Xiao was taking them to the backstage for filming. Backstage. Mao Kuren sat on a stool, took off his mask, and when he saw Xiao, Yin Lu and the others, he waved his hand at them and grinned. Hey! The director had gone from initial shock to now being numb to it all. He frantically directed the two cameramen. Shoot, 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 capture the expressions of Mei Yi and Yin Lu. And all these in the background too. Get them on film. He had already anticipated the reaction after tonight's episode aired. The director was not afraid of dying at the moment, but rather counting in his mind how many trending searches they would hit when the episode was aired. A life completely different, bloody and truly bizarre, unmatched in the entertainment industry. Who else could do this? Having finished shooting the fight club, Xiao then took them to the auction house. This is our biggest auction house, but you've missed the auction. Even though there was no auction today, many people were setting up the venue for an auction in a couple of days. When the director came out, he turned to see the glowing name behind him. White Tiger Auction House. White Tiger. The director paused. He wasn't familiar with the fight club, but White Tiger Auction House seemed somewhat familiar. But the director couldn't remember at that moment. He followed Xiaowu out towards the exit on Back Street, which led to Qinglong Bar. Xiaowu, holding his phone, was fixing his red hair when he stopped and looked at Yin Lu. Bai Lian just arrived at the bar. Do you guys want to go take a look? The director and the cameraman were eager to try it out. There was a Qinglong Bar in Jiangjing too, but the one in Jiangjing wasn't open to just anyone. The director had heard from big shots in the circle that anyone you met at Qinglong Bar was a power player. Mei nodded in agreement as well. The bar's lights were dim, and smoke swirled around. With people coming and going, the director's keen eye spotted quite a few in the corner fiddling with guns. He felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Mei Yi and Yan Lu immediately spotted Bai Lian sitting at the bar. When Mei Yi and the director had arrived on Bachter Street, they had realized that Bai Lian was no ordinary person. Seeing her sitting here now wasn't surprising. "Miss Bai," Yan Lu approached with the others. A row of people took their seats. Bai Lian greeted them courteously, still dressed in the evening's gown. Leaning back on the bar stool with one hand lazily supporting her chin, the other knocking on the bar. "How was your time?" she asked Mei Yi and Yan Lu. Mei Yi saw the bartender hand Bai Lian a desk lamp and hesitated for a moment before answering. The fight was thrilling, and the auction house was luxurious. "Today's cooking is moved to tomorrow." Thinking of seeing Zhang Xiai's the next morning, Yan Lu postponed cooking until noon. "I'll be cooking with Teacher Mei. Do you and Xiaohan want to come over? I'll ask the cameraman to try not to film you all." "That's fine, but I'm busy at noon." Bai Lian casually picked up a pen and pulled out a homework sheet, starting to write. The light shone on her profile, showing her seriousness. Dressed in light casual wear, Mei looked very refined, and after thinking for a bit, "Then let's do evening." "Okay." Bai Lian didn't think too much and slowly wrote another line down without lifting her head. Elusive Xiaoqi appeared after Yan Lu and the others had finished talking with Bai Lian to discuss the Chinese medicine appointment for tomorrow. The director and Mei Yi didn't interfere. They went out to book a booth and ordered drinks. It was their first time seeing someone doing homework in a bar, complete with a desk lamp, so out of sync with the chaotic atmosphere of the bar. Approaching 8 p.m., Mei Yi and his party finally left Purist Street, reeking of smoke and alcohol. "Director." The film crew had finished for the day. Mei Yi's agent finally turned to Mei Yi and the director, unable to contain his curiosity. "What's really inside there?" Chapter 469. Fortune 185 Show Crew Epic Meetup, Second Update. _2 I can only say. The director took a sip of alcohol, his face flushed red, he pressed his brow, tone deep. "This time our program crew struck big, and you guys too." These were the thoughts of Mei Yi's manager when they saw Sun Dan in the morning, and he whispered, "After the program airs, Lu Yang's team." He clicked his tongue and did not continue. The director looked at the car ahead, murmuring, "Yan Lu, this friend, is not simple. But it's true, even President Jian composes for her. Should have figured, is President Jian someone you can just invite at will?" Indeed, the manager sighed and then remembered something important. "Tomorrow, are we taking that Ms. Bei's friend out for a meal?" "Right," the director nodded. Bai Lian's classmates were all from Xiangqing, none of them as interesting as Sun Dan from Bachter Street. He reminded Mei Yi, "Never mind about the program's effect. Today's footage is enough for our editing. Tomorrow is mainly about taking them out for dinner." The next day, Xiangqing prison. By the time Bai Lian arrived with Jiang Fulai, Zhang Xiai's had already been taken to a small room in advance, his hands adorned with silver bracelets. A year had passed, and he had become much more composed and dignified. Half a year of prison life was busier than the first several years of his life. Besides daily labor, all his time was spent studying, and sometimes acting as the boss to resolve disputes among a group of people. It was evident he had changed somewhat over the past 6 months. But as soon as Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, the face he had been maintaining immediately fell. He slumped and said with an aggrieved face, "Sister Bai, Brother Jiang, I've lost my vocabulary book." Perhaps it was because Zhang Xiai's had beaten the previous boss. He had a notorious reputation in the prison. Nobody in prison had yet discovered that he was a fool. Whenever new inmates learned about this, they would want to find a chance to beat him up to establish authority, so as not to be bullied later on. Such incidents occurred every other day. Last time, while he was showering, Zhang Xiai's had placed his vocabulary book next to the showerhead, memorizing vocabulary while he bathed. As there were no guards watching during showers, as soon as Zhang Xiai's was dressed, the other person started to fight him. Though he won the fight, the vocabulary book was ruined. Bai Lian sat across from him, and handed him a new vocabulary book, and said, "Qi Lu is coming back next month." Zhang Xiai's looked up blankly. Jiang Fulai then tossed a new notebook at him with disdain. Hurry up and memorize it. 2 hours of tutoring later, Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian left. Behind them, Zhang Xiais watched the two of them leave, and then dragged his heavy steps back, calculating slowly in his mind, only half a year left. After visiting Zhang Xiais, Bai Lian did not go to the library. Jiang Fulai drove to the eastern part of the city, Xiang Mountain Avenue, where the shopping mall by the side of the avenue had been completed, and was looking for tenants. He parked his car in front of an old traditional Chinese medicine shop. The shop was an old establishment, but had changed hands as the previous owner couldn't keep it running. Jiang Fulai looked up, his eyes resting on the 4 bold characters written above the shop, Xiankong Pharmacy. The calligraphy flowed seamlessly and penetrated deep into the wood, and the writer's carefree elegance seemed to shimmer through the strokes. Around 9 nearing 10, people kept coming to buy solid foundation paste at the shop's entrance. The city's tourism department had even listed solid foundation paste as a Xiangqing specialty, inexpensive and cost-effective. Visitors always took back a few bottles, and those who had used it and knew of its effectiveness often asked others to purchase it for them. Before even entering, they could smell a faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Several staff members were inside the main hall, and on the left side were tables, with an old traditional Chinese doctor sitting at one of them. As soon as Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai walked in, the dimly lit hall seemed to brighten up a bit. The hall manager hurried over. He dared not look at the man behind Bai Lian, who seemed to keep others at 1,000 miles distance, only bowing respectfully to lead Bai Lian to the back. Ms. Bai. In the back, a middle-aged doctor had arrived earlier, surnamed He Henjiwei. Jiang Fulai took a look around, then sat down beside her, his wrist lightly resting on the armrest, his eyes and expressions cold. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, his mannerism impeccable, without a word, although the sense of pressure was strong. Doctor He observed Bai Lian without revealing his thoughts, indeed as described above. Young. Beside him, Jiang Fulai's gaze swept over lightly, and Dr. He felt a mysterious pressure, which made his scalp tingle, and kept him from looking at Bai Lian any further. Bai Lian put her backpack aside. Taking out her silver needles unhurriedly, her gaze lowered. Weren't there supposed to be 2 people? Where is the other teacher? Dr. He's voice paused. My younger colleague had something come up, so it's just me today. Chapter 470. Fortune 185 Show Crew, Epic Meetup, Second Update. _3 It wasn't that there was something wrong, it's just that Hen Jiwei thought it was a joke to have a girl teach them acupuncture, so he didn't show up. Bai Lian nodded and didn't ask any more questions, as she was chatting with Hen Jiwei. The conversation drifted towards acupuncture, and since modern acupuncture differed from that of ancient times, Bai Lian was careful not to teach indiscriminately. Jiang Fulai hadn't been there long when Jiang Ziji's call came through. He ended the call with a solemn expression and said goodbye to Bai Lian before heading out. He returned to his own place. Jiang He was staying at Ji Hing's, but at the moment, only Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing were there, and Su Nanjing had come back late last night, and had just woken up. Seeing Jiang Fulai return, Su Nanjing stood up and looked outside. How come it's only you? Where's little sister Bai Lian? At the herbal medicine shop in the east of the city. Jiang Fulai replied casually as he put down his coat. Herbal medicine shop? Su Nanjing was somewhat surprised. Was Bai Lian going to buy medicine? He hadn't associated Bai Lian with herbal medicine, but he didn't ask any further. By noon, Bai Lian thought that Hen Jiwei's understanding of modern acupuncture was about right, so she got up and grabbed her backpack. Initially skeptical of Bai Lian, Hen Jiwei became quite enthusiastic after talking to her all morning. Miss Bai, aren't you going to have lunch here? It was already lunchtime. Bai Lian looked down at her phone, which showed a location sent by He1, and shook her head. No, I'm not. The tourist area on the eastern side of Xiangqing had a lot of good food. The restaurant He1 had chosen was on Peace Street, and Bai Lian arrived at a small tavern after a short walk. Sorry, the staff member hesitated when he saw Bai Lian and then spoke. We're fully booked today, how about coming back tomorrow? I have a friend inside. Bai Lian reported the table number He1 had sent her. Table 28. inside the quaint little tavern. Table 28 was close to the first-floor window, with the wooden window supported by a thick beam, offering a view of the slow-flowing river outside and the arch bridge ahead. Heewon rarely dined out. He found this popular restaurant in Xiangqing online. Dressed in a blue hoodie and dark jeans, his fair complexion stood out as he was looking down at his phone. He returned to WeChat to check the message he had sent by Lien. Bai Lien hadn't replied yet. He reopened the document and leisurely browsed through the files, until he heard the waiter's voice overhead. "Miss, table 28 is here." "Senior?" A jolt of excitement hit Heewon, and he immediately stood up, looking over as the waiter stepped aside to reveal the person behind him. It was a very young girl. Chapter 471. 186 Jiangjing Alumni, the true eldest sister. Qi Lu is back. _1 The car stopped, and Bai Lien was still talking with Heewon. As a child, I really envied those teachers in documentaries, resplendent in their isolation suits and engrossed in research. Heewon glanced at the sports car, not recognizing the person inside, and continued to speak with Bai Lien. But now that I'm actually pursuing my PhD, it feels useless. Everyone around me is a doctor, an honorary professor, an outstanding youth researcher, or a project lead. Their papers are complete and beautiful, whereas most of mine still need Professor Jiang to polish. He had previously joined Jiang Fulai's laboratory, where even an honorary professor had to compete for a position with them. Who was around Heewon? Jiang Fulai, academician Ma, Professor Huang. Those who could enter a top laboratory were no ordinary people. Often, the person recording experimental data next to him was a big shot in the field, one formidable person after another, and even Heewon doubted himself. Bai Lien only wore one earphone, and the female voice in the earphone continued to recite the lengthy original text reading. Upon hearing this, she turned her head to look at him. But the circle you live in is already different from other people's. Bai Lien is currently in high school, surrounded by a group of lively high school students. When she goes to college later, she will be surrounded by college students, and that will continue to change. At that thought, Heewon raised his eyebrows. That's true. As the two of them talked, Su Nanjing put away his chin, parked the car right there, and got out to walk over to Bai Lien. He glanced at Heewon, who was a rising star in recent years. In college, he was an outstanding honorary alumnus and became famous after deliberately overcoming the suppression by a professor he encountered later. Su Nanjing had heard his name more than once and had seen his photo. Sister Bai Lien, Su Nanjing, who had his sunglasses hooked on his hand, first spoke to Bai Lien before turning to Heewon. "Hello." Heewon politely looked towards Su Nanjing. "Hello." However, that paper did indeed prove that a small portion does not have this zero. After greeting Su Nanjing, Heewon took out his phone to call for a ride back to the dormitory. Whenever you can bring down 2024, it will still require effort. Su Nanjing stood aside listening for a while, not understanding. Could it really be Heewon? Not only the Xiao family, but the Su family also wanted to pull Heewon into their team, but Heewon preferred to stay secluded, and had always been in the laboratory. Even Su Juling hadn't found a proper opportunity to communicate with Heewon. Who would have thought? The Heewon they were discussing with Xiao Bingwen yesterday would appear before them today. Su Nanjing turned his head to look at his own car, regretting his decision to show off today by driving the newly arrived sports car. Sports cars are nice, but they only have 2 seats. This place is a tourist attraction, with many cars around. Bai Lien saw Heewon's taxi stop by the roadside and said goodbye to him. "Dude, if you're in your senior year, you'll be going to Jiangjing in the second half of the year, right?" Heewon remembered this matter and poked his head out of the back seat window. "We'll talk more later." The taxi left. Many young people covertly took photos of Su Nanjing's car, while Su Nanjing stared in the direction the taxi left, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Lien, seeing him unmoving for a long time, turned slightly and rested her hand on the passenger door. "Aren't you leaving?" "No, Su Nanjing snapped back to his senses, pressed the key fob, and walked back to the driver's seat, finding the situation quite unbelievable. Was that just Heewon? How do you know him? Logically, Those who communicated with Hewen should belong to the likes of Professor Huang, right? I collaborated with him on a mathematical modeling project. Bai Lian opened the door and lazily settled into the seat. And then we got to know each other. I see, no wonder, Su Nanjing nodded. He started the car. Suddenly it dawned on him and he tilted his head. Wait? Modeling? Yes, is that not okay? Bai Lian nodded. There was nothing secretive about it. She inserted the other earphone into her ear and glanced at him. The usually composed Su Nanjing finally couldn't suppress the urge to curse, his mouth twitching slightly. If I remember correctly, Sister Bai Lian, you're in grade 12, right? How did you end up doing mathematical modeling with Hewen? Do you know who he is? He drove the car slowly. Everyone who collaborates with him on scientific research is an honorary alumnus of Jiangjing University. Collaborated on one modeling project. And then got to know each other. No, how could she say it so casually? Not to mention collaborating. Finding Hewen is a problem even for the likes of Bingwen. Though there are several hundred honorary alumni of Jiangjing University, the rarity of this status is evident when considering the large population of the country. Chapter 472, 186 Jiangjing Alumni, the true eldest sister, Qi Lu is back. _2 Su Nanjing only had two honor alumni friends he was close to, Jiang Fulai and Jiang Shijue. I see. Bai Lian nodded. Her right elbow casually propped on the car window. Her demeanor relaxed and she absent-mindedly fiddled with her phone in her hand. The convertible. The wind blew her fringed hair apart. How did she manage to speak with such calm and nonchalance? Su Nanjing took the time to glance at her, and was thoroughly impressed. Of course, about the honor alumni. Su Nanjing wouldn't know, let alone honor alumni. If one really did the math, Bai Lian was the senior of all the honor alumni at Jiangjing University. After all, the first president of Jiangjing University was her immediate mentor. In the west of the city, Tube Building. You're about to take the college entrance exam, said the old grandmother with graying hair, holding Yang Lin's hand in her left, her handbacks all furrows, her gaze gentle. When you get to university, you will need money. As she spoke, she took out a square handkerchief from the pocket of her blue coat and placed it in Yang Lin's hand. Yang Lin's grandparents lived in the countryside, and whenever Yang Jianping was in debt, he would go there in a rage demanding money, even hitting the grandparents. Only after hearing that he was now locked up did the elderly couple dare to come see Yang Lin. No need, I have money. Yang Lin didn't take the money. She returned to her room to take out a metal box from under the bed. It contained the 2,000 she drew out last time. She counted out 500 to give to them. Stop taking part-time jobs. Focus on your studies first. Young grandfather, who had been silent to the side, finally spoke up. The village is collecting herbs. Your grandmother and I have sold quite a bit. We've planted a lot more, and they will continue buying. You take it and don't worry about us. Yang Lin insisted on giving them the money. Young grandmother accepted the 500 yuan and asked about other matters. Have you found your sister? Yang Lin shook her head. Ah, young grandmother looked out the window, her tone distant. I hope she's all right. The two left after lunch. Yang Lin saw them off and went back to her room to change clothes for her part-time job. She had 2 part-time jobs on weekends. Upon opening the closet, she found the money she gave to grandmother underneath her clothes. Next to it was a black checkered handkerchief, a favorite of her grandmother's that had been used for many years and was fraying at the edges. Yang Lin looked at it for a while without speaking, then put the money away. Tuition, living expenses, rent, university would need even more expenditure. She had no time for sentiment. She left and closed the door behind her. On the windowsill, a snow-white lily in a vase gently swayed in the wind. Downstairs, Yang's mother came over with her family, her hand holding a boy who had a toy gun in his, shooting at passers-by, and behind them was a girl with a milk tea, her stepdaughter Yashanshan. Upon seeing Yang Lin, the boy shot a plastic bullet at her, but missed. Yashanshan, aware of Yang Lin's identity, sipped her milk tea, giving Yang Lin another look. Hey, do you know Bai Lian and Tang Ming? Yang Lin didn't reply, passing them by without stopping. Yashanshan glanced disdainfully at Yang Lin's retreating figure. Shan Shan, Yang's mother turned to her stepdaughter. Who are Bai Lian and them? They're all seniors in high school, renowned figures at number 1 high school. Shanshan gave a sideways glance at Yang's mother. Your daughter lacks upbringing. If the father's in prison, how far can the daughter go? The boy beside them repeated, lacks upbringing. Up ahead, Yang Lin boarded the bus. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, a call from Bai Lian. She took out her phone. It was a second-hand one from the market, quite slow, but she only downloaded WeChat and a payment app for use. WeChat was for receiving payments as she would do homework for others in school. Yang Lin, Bai Lian's voice was always so indifferent and accommodating. Someone needs help copying 3 workbooks of mistakes. I asked her to add you, just charge the market rate. Yang Lin nodded, then realized Bai Lian couldn't see her, her voice very soft. Okay. She had just hung up when she received a friend request. It was an iris flower avatar, Yin Lu. Yin Lu. Thank you, schoolmate. This is for Zhang Shi's use. Yin Lu. Transfer 1,000, Yang Lin typed. That's too much. She knew about Zhang Shi's situation. Most of the notebooks and exercises he used in prison were copied by her, handed over by Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian even asked her to give a discount. Yang Lin had a good memory. After copying these notebooks and workbooks once, she almost understood it herself. Realizing that this was helpful to her, and Zhang Shi's was also a classmate, she wanted to help copy for free, but Bai Lian said that clear accounts make good friends. Yin Lu. Transfer 600. Chapter 473. 186 Jiangjing Alumni. The true eldest sister, Qi Lu is back. _3 Yin Lu. 3 of them are this thick, and others wouldn't even copy it for 500 a book. Thank you, classmate. Yang Lin glanced at Yin Lu's profile picture, roughly knew who she was, and accepted the task. After accepting it, she leaned against the bus window, contemplating buying a phone for the elderly. With Yang Jianping in prison, everything started to get better. Evening. Inside the Zhang family kitchen. A small kitchen cluttered with everyday items, showing signs of daily life. At this moment, there were cameras set up at various angles. Yin Lu and Mei Yi were cooking, chatting about Great Yong, and reminiscing about the past while familiarly preparing the meal. As Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan entered, they immediately saw the two laughing and chatting. Bai Lian paused at the doorway. These two play siblings in Great Yong, and they've become good friends off-screen too, said Xianjia quietly to Bai Lian. Do you think they really look a bit like siblings? Bai Lian placed her backpack on the sofa, her eyes drooping as she nodded gently. To avoid making these students uncomfortable, only one photographer was left in the hall, while others relied on the cameras installed in advance. The director's team was watching the footage from a small room outside. Most of these students wouldn't show their full faces on camera. It's really strange, said the director from the small room outside, watching the screens displaying the faces of Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan and the others. Are these friends of Yin Lu so natural in front of the camera? Especially this boy. He pointed at the sullen-looking Ning Xiao, who had found a spot to read as soon as he arrived. How can he be so natural? It's no wonder for Bai Lian. She could be calm and do her homework in a bar on Bachter Street. Now even if someone walked in front of her with a sniper rifle, the director wouldn't be surprised. But how come Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao are all so relaxed, one after another? Recording a variety show. The fear is that poor camera presence or a forced performance could mar the show. But none of Yin Lu's guests appeared restrained or forced. They were all incredibly natural. Mei Yi's agent, who was also watching Ning Xiao on the screen, squinted slightly. It is indeed strange. Inside the room, Bai Lian took out a collection of incorrect homework answers from her backpack and set it aside, asking Yin Lu to pass it on to Yang Lin. Then she went to the table and picked out a lily that had been trimmed from a bunch of lilies. Her phone, which had been set aside, started to ring at that moment. It was Qi Yundai. Qi Lu. Bai Lian trimmed off the excess leaves, then handed the flower to Pu Xiaohan beside her. She walked to the window, where she heard a beep from the phone. It was identifiable as the timer sound from an oven. But Ming Dongheng had said that Qi Lu was very busy recently and wouldn't be back until next month. Miss Bai, I'm near the school, Qi Yundai explained and then remembered something. Has Zhang Shi's study progress dropped? Bai Lian leaned against the windowsill, a mini camera above her head. She explained for Zhang Shi eyes. Too many people are looking for trouble with him. His textbooks can't keep up with how often he changes them. For instance, this vocabulary workbook. Qi Yundai let out a cold laugh. Bai Lian remained silent, only lighting a virtual incense for Zhang Shi eyes in her heart. There are some details about the store in Jiangjing that I need to discuss with you in person, Qi Yundai said, bringing up official matters. When are you free? I'll show you the contract. Sun Chun and Xiaoqi had already arrived in Jiangjing. Xiaoqi had also found a suitable new store, and Qi Yundai wanted to personally oversee the contract. These contracts he had to draft himself. Qi Yundai's colleagues all thought there was a super tycoon backing Xian Kong. I'm at the Zhang family's place. Bai Lian turned around. On the phone, Qi Yundai heard that Yan Lu and others were cooking. He took off his chef's hat in one swift move. Good timing, I'll come to you. Wait, Yan Lu is recording a show here. Bai Lian walked outside to find Xi and Jia. I'll ask them. In the yard, Xi and Jia had just located the director and was telling him to definitely protect the likenesses of these high school seniors. She was afraid that some netizens who like to stir up trouble might target Ning Xiao, Pu Xiaohan, and the others. Hearing Bai Lian's words, the director was very surprised. At the start of the program, Xi and Jia had mentioned that Yan Lu didn't have many friends. Now one after another was showing up, each more enigmatic than the last. Who is it? Asked the director. Chapter 474, 187 An ordinary lawyer, upgraded to a master, second update. _1 After all, it was Bai Lian who asked, so the director subconsciously asked an extra question. Bai Lian was still holding her smartphone, and after thinking for a bit, she said, Qi Lu, he's a lawyer. A lawyer, huh? The director let out a sigh of relief, confident that a lawyer would definitely abide by the law and not cause any accidents. Welcome, is he okay with being on camera? He remembered this matter, as this should be a mutual friend of Bai Lian and Yan Lu. Wanting to do Bai Lian a favor, we will give him an introduction in post-production, which is also a great opportunity to become famous. Wang Xin's mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but give the director another glance. Bai Lian still hadn't hung up the phone, and she only quietly asked the person at the other end. Qi Yundai didn't care, as he was instructing someone in the bubble tea shop to keep an eye on the fire for him. All good. Once it was confirmed that he was okay with it, Bai Lian informed the director, then turned around and went back to the hall, where Pu Xiaohan had arranged the lilies to one side. Wang Qi had positioned the flower pots in the room, and Ning Xiao had finally completed a practice problem on the app. And he discussed the maximum value with Bai Lian. Wang Qi, seeing them so absorbed in the discussion, couldn't help but come over to look at the problem, then left with a dazed expression. Xiaohan was taking pictures of the flower pots with her smartphone. She went over to look after seeing Wang Qi's actions, then silently left. There was only one cameraman in the room. After filming the kitchen for a while, he heard through his earpiece the director's instruction. Go film what Miss Bai and her classmate are doing. What kind of problem are they writing? The director was curious, as after all Ning Xiao was almost expressionless, showing other expressions only at this moment. The cameraman was the same one from last night. He carefully avoided Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's faces, filming their smartphones instead. Both the director and Mei Yi's agent moved in to take a look at the camera. Ning Xiao's smartphone appeared on the screen. It had no brand, was black, and looked like it was custom-made by some second-hand store, not any brand available on the market. On the smartphone screen was a practice problem displayed by an app. On the side were the words, NO14 Ning Xiao. In the middle there was a long problem about a ball with a negative charge in a vacuum. And how many photoelectrons would there be when shown with ultraviolet light of wavelength 280? How long does one shine ultraviolet light to just determine the electric potential? What kind of problems are these? The director and the others had all attended high school, And although they had forgotten their high school knowledge over time, they remembered clearly that they definitely didn't have such problems back in high school. After all, whose high school taught about the maximum escape velocity of photoelectrons? Ranked 14th in the entire school, huh? The director watched as Bai Lian listed one English algebraic expression after another, then looked at the numbers on the screen, and said quietly, "Very impressive. Are high school students learning this these days? The students really have it tough. Include this in the final cut. It's sure to resonate with them." The cameraman focused on filming the practice problems they were doing, of course without filming the two people. Wang Xian was in the backstage as well, waiting for Qi Yundai while keeping an eye on the monitor. Wang Xian quite agreed with what the director said. Although she had attended high school, she had studied humanities. Displayed on the screen, besides the NQEVR and the delta symbols, there were pitifully few numbers, and she did not recognize any of the other special symbols. As they were talking, someone knocked on the back door. "Qi Lu has arrived." Wang Xian quickly came to her senses and went to open the door. Watching the monitor, the director felt a headache coming on. He didn't dare to look any longer, so he went out with Wang Xian. Qi Yundai was dressed in a black plaid shirt, and his chef hat and robe had been removed before he even left the shop, his right hand holding a bag of freshly made cakes. In his left hand, he carried a document bag, and his scholarly and serious demeanor made him seem unapproachable. Wang Xian was very respectful of Qi Yundai. She made way for him. "Qi Lu, this is our director for come here friend, Director Li." "Hello." Qi Yundai had a businesslike demeanor as he extended a hand to the director. "Qi Yundai." "Qi Yundai?" Director Li hadn't heard the name before, and planned to ask for Qi Yundai's details later during editing to boost his fame. "Hello Lawyer Qi." The director enthusiastically put the microphone on Qi Yundai and instructed him in a relaxed manner. "Lawyer Qi, make sure you are comfortable with the mic, don't be nervous, just treat it like a normal gathering." Qi Yundai made an sound. The director watched as Qi Yundai and Wang Xian went inside. "Miss Bei's friend doesn't really have the air of a lawyer." The director turned and spoke to Mei Yi's agent. "He doesn't have the kind of demeanor that Zhao Jingzhou has." "Who's Zhao Jingzhou?" Mei Yi's agent laughed. "His popularity online rivals that of leading actors and actresses. If you invited him, you could also trend online." Chapter 475. 187. An ordinary lawyer, upgraded to a master, second update. _2 When it comes to Zhao Jingzhou, there's no one who doesn't know him. A lawyer both capable and famous. A genuine high achiever who graduated from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law. How could anyone compare? You make a good point, the director nodded as he returned to the small room to check the cameras. But I'll tell you, this lawyer Qi is even more relaxed than the others, which really is strange. It was a puzzle he couldn't unravel. Come Here Friend was already in its third season, and many guests had invited friends from outside their own circles. Most of them would be somewhat reserved in front of the cameras, or put on airs. It was the first time Director Li had seen such a harmonious and lax atmosphere like today's. Inside the house, Qi Yundai heard the sound of cooking in the kitchen. His gaze shifted in that direction. He placed the cake on the table, and then handed a document bag to Bai Lian. "Take a look when you have time." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Mei was slicing potatoes into shreds. He had cooked before, and among ordinary people his culinary skills were considered good. Even the potato slices he cut were acceptable, at least better than Yen Lu's. Qi Yundai looked disdainfully at the big chunk of potato and turned his head to Mei Yi. "Is your house short of beams?" Yen Lu, who was washing vegetables, turned around with great respect. "Lawyer Qi, you've arrived." After pondering for a moment, he offered an explanation for Mei Yi. "Teacher Mei is really good at cooking." "Theoretically, everyone can cook," Qi Yundai commented precisely. Theoretically. As everyone knew, Qi Yundai was an underling of young Master Jiang. A bad bamboo shoot comes from a rotten bamboo. Mei Yi, wearing a black apron with a knife in hand, got a glance from Qi Yundai. "Give me the knife, you two just wash the vegetables." The disdain was not at all concealed. Mei Yi held a high status both inside and outside the circle, and few people had ever evaluated him like that. It took Mei a minute to understand Chi Yundae's meaning. This meant that he had cut the potato shreds so thick they could be used as beams. Mei. He silently stepped aside and watched Chi Yundae swiftly turn the knife, and then start slicing on the cutting board, cutting each potato shred extremely thin. Mei had thought his own slicing was quite satisfactory until he saw Chi Yundae's potato shreds, only a millimeter thick, which plunged him into silence. In front of the cameras outside, the director looked back hesitantly and asked the staff, Sister Xian said he's a lawyer, right? Or did he mishear chef as lawyer? Should be. The staff member, uncertain while watching Chi Yundae chopping away, replied. In the end, it was Chi Yundae who cooked the meal. The attentive Mei assisted in preparing the side dishes, and even picked up a few tricks by following Chi Yundae's lead. Knowing that Mei and Yanlu were recording a show, Chi Yundae didn't bother kicking them out to cook alone. He occasionally let the two do some cooking. Right, just hold it like this. He passed the wok handle to Mei. Use your wrist to toss it like this. Mei tried to toss but couldn't manage it. Chi Yundae. Never mind, give it to me. He took the wok back and tossed it with ease. Next to him, Yanlu spoke defensively for Mei. Tossing the wok is too hard. Ordinary people don't have that kind of wrist strength. This was a challenge to Chi Yundae. He peeked out. Miss Bai, come over here. What is it? Bai Lian approached the kitchen still holding a pen in her hand. Just like this, use your wrist to toss the wok. Chi Yundae demonstrated to Bai Lian, then let her try tossing the wok. Bai Lian held the handle. Her slender fingers and a segment of her thin, pale wrist were exposed, with a hint of red ribbon visible. Without much effort, she easily performed a wok toss for everyone. Like this. She gave the pan a few flips and asked Chi Yundae, what next? Chi Yundae added a spoonful of salt, took over the pan, turned off the heat, glanced at Mei and Yanlu, and said slowly and deliberately, it's fine, Miss Bai, you continue learning. Yanlu Mei. After Chi Yundae finished cooking when the kitchen was empty, Mei forgot about the presence of the camera and sneakily gave the pan a flip. During the meal, a bunch of fresh flowers was placed in the center of the table, hiding a microphone and camera. Ever since Yanlu returned, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had shared 3 meals with her. Yanlu knew Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were tutoring Zhang Xiais, something she felt she could do even less of than Ning Xiao. So every time Yanlu suggested having a meal together, Bai Lian wouldn't refuse. Mei livened up the atmosphere at the dining table. Apart from the 3 of them who were working, the rest were high school seniors. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao talked endlessly about Yang Lin's situation. She picked up a rib unhurriedly, praising Chi Yundae's cooking. Her biology is fine, but she's a bit weaker in math and physics. Did you compile those 2 workbooks of mistakes? Tang Ming and I found those problems, they should be able to help her. Ning Xiao considered for a moment. She missed the biology competition, otherwise it would have been better. At school, he and Chenju among others had participated in competitions. As for Yang Lin, she had been so busy working that she had no energy for anything else. Chi Yundae also found an opportunity to discuss the contract with Bai Lian, while Pu Xiaohan asked Yanlu about fun stories from filming Great Yong, and when the inside scoop would air. Yanlu's participation in Come Here Friend was originally for promoting Great Yong, so when Pu Xiaohan brought it up, she smoothly responded. Pu Xiaohan also boldly asked to add Mei on WeChat. As the table grew lively, Mei held up his phone to Bai Lian, wanting to add her on WeChat. Bai Lian put a piece of bok choy into her bowl, and then lifted her eyes, speaking slowly. Sure, we'll let Yanlu send them all to us later. After the meal, Bai Lian and the others were ready to leave. She looked down to unlock her phone. Several messages popped up on the screen, the first one from Jiang Fulai. He sent a photo indicating he was across the street. Bai Lian replied unhurriedly. 1. Then she picked up her backpack and jacket, and went out, with Yanlu and Mei seeing them off. The director and Sister Xian also came out of the small room to see off Bai Lian and her group. The next message was a WeChat business card sent by Yanlu, with an English name and an animated avatar. Bai Lian glanced at it, which must be Mei's. She tapped to add him as a friend. Qi Yundai was by Lian's side, chatting with her about things in Jiangjing. Once the group of students left, the Zhang family courtyard seemed to quiet down again. Slapping his thigh, the director laughed. Sister Xian, I think today's footage is good too, enough for an episode. Though Qi Yundai wasn't as famous as Zhao Jingzhou, his cooking skills were simply astounding, and he even performed a straw raincoat cut for Mei Yi. He already had thoughts for the trending searches when the show aired. Of course, the director was still unaware that he was thinking too small. We might not go viral, Mei Yi's agent approached him and said, laughing. But Lawyer Qi is really meme-worthy, haha Mei Yi, you provided the biggest laugh of the episode. Beam and secretly flipping the pan were indeed too funny. Mei Yi ignored his agent, taking out his phone and opening WeChat. He tapped a few times then froze. What's wrong? The agent peered down curiously. Mei Yi's WeChat was on a newly verified friends page, featuring an ancient tower avatar, without a verification message. The agent scrolled up to see the person's WeChat name, by Jian. Fuck, the agent couldn't hold back the facade, blurting out a classic expletive. You added Yen Lu's mysterious composer god. Chapter 476. Miss by 188, have a good meal _1 now. Yen Lu's songs are more popular than she is. In the current entertainment industry, few are serious about making music, only some old predecessors are. Although Yen Lu became famous because of 3 songs, the songs themselves have far surpassed her in popularity. Many people know these few songs but don't recognize Yen Lu. The quality of the 3 songs is too high, particularly in the mixed bag that is the music industry. Both the composition and the arrangement are worthy of being called Hall of Fame level. Everyone knows that the arranger is Jian Zhongyou, but Jian isn't only skilled at arranging. He's even more famous for his compositions. He is one of the current top 10 composers, and his works like Autumn Peace, Hometown Sounds, Kangshan's White Snow, and others are widely circulated. Netizens unfamiliar with this type of traditional musician only found out about Jian Zhongyi's influence after he became a hot topic. With his status as a Hall of Fame level composer, yet arranging for another composer, everyone is speculating about who this by Jian could be. However, aside from a Weibo account, the person has not revealed any information, and although there are no secrets in the entertainment industry, even insiders do not know by Jian's identity. Just like the initial days of Jian Zhongyou. Seeing the WeChat page for a second, the serious castle profile picture, and the straightforward WeChat name, his manager's first thought was of Yen Lu's composer. I don't know, Mei Yi said, eyes and brows lowered as he clicked to accept the friend request, giving it only a moment's thought. But it should be Miss Bai. He was easygoing, with sharp, handsome features, and his eyes shone like the divine under the light. Mei Yi's manager also paused, then realized, right, you said you wanted to add Miss Bai on WeChat during the recording. Even the boss of Time Entertainment doesn't know who the composer is. How could they add you? He looked down, and saw Mei Yi had sent a message asking if she was Bai Lian. The other party replied with a 1, and Mei Yi added a note. Then he politely typed a line. The show will air at the end of March. But on the other hand, the manager rubbed his hands, looking at Mei Yi's phone screen, then suddenly said, Miss Bai also has the surname Bai, the same as that composer. Even the online name is the same. Across the street, Jiang Fulai's ride was a 4-seater car, and this little road beside the school had many street vendors at night, generating some foot traffic. Jiang Fulai parked beside a road under construction. Dressed in a white shirt with a thin sweater over it, strands of hair falling over his forehead, his expression exceptionally cold, he stood under a streetlight making a phone call. Mr. Maukorn has invested 5 million in cash. Miss Bai, your technology evaluation is for 3 million in cash. Party C is the Chen family, Mr. Xiaoqi is the executor, and the supervisory board. Qi Yundai was detailing the content to Bai Lian. I've discussed the management structure with them. All is in order. While he was still talking, he saw Jiang Fulai approaching, and Qi Yundai fell silent. Bai Lian also lowered her head as Jiang Fulai said something to the person on the other side of the phone, then hung up. Young Master Jiang, I've returned to find Miss Bai and the third young master. Qi Yundai walked over. Su Nanjing was secondary. Jiang Fulai gave him a glance without commenting on his sudden appearance in Xiangqing, merely grunting in acknowledgement, not adding more. Usually, if nothing as outrageous as last time had happened, and Jiang Shijue was willing to let go, Jiang Fulai often wouldn't interfere too much. He always treasured every minute and second. After Jiang Shijue could stand on his own, few things could pull him away from his experiments and research. Qi Yundai exhaled in relief. He stood watching Bai Lian sit in the front passenger seat. Her phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, and Jiang Fulai slowly drove away. Not until the car mingled with the crowd did Qi Yundai raise his eyebrows slightly and head towards the milk tea shop. Miss Bai really was suitable to deflect hostilities. As for the Miss Bai who was fit to deflect hostilities, she was in the car playing back the original audio. Accustomed to listening to the audio, she discussed with Jiang Fulai about the proposal she had talked over with Ning Xiao today. She's always busy. She was talking about Yang Lin. Jiang Fulai turned right, having no impression of others besides hard rock. But he could always grasp the key points in Bai Lian's conversations, commenting, "You're always busy too." "I was talking about Yang Lin." Bai Lian lazily lowered the car window a bit, not admitting to his statement. "I only immerse myself in academic influence every day. I'm not as busy as you." Jiang Xiaoniao said you spend 25 hours out of 24 in the lab each day. She didn't remember at all her activities from street racing, to recording variety shows for Yan Lu, to the traditional medicine shop, and then Qi Yundai looking for her today. Jiang Fulai silently reflected. He hadn't even considered the exam problems he had worked through since his senior high school days. Chapter 477. Miss Bai 188. Have a good meal _2. Of course, he didn't dare to contradict what Bai Lian had said. The car stopped at Purist Street, and he got out to walk inside with Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on an earpiece and noticed a new email in her inbox, so she clicked to read it. From the Ma Institute. Bai Lian lit up upon seeing the title. A new article, a report explaining his own study. Such articles required devoted reading and understanding. Bai Lian only glanced at the title and abstract, then forwarded it to Jiang Fulai to print, sighing, "The Ma Institute writes really well." Jiang Fulai leaned over to look at the article, skimmed through a few lines, then stood up, completely ruthless. "Mediocre, not as well written as mine." As he spoke, he flipped through his own document library, casually picked a few, and forwarded them to Bai Lian, breezily advising, "Miss Bai, treat yourself to something good." Bai Lian, who knew almost nothing about dark matter. In Ji Heng's courtyard, the embroideress had already left. Jiang He was sitting on the stone table, puzzling over complex Lego sets. When he saw Jiang Fulai approaching, he clumsily covered the puzzle with a small jacket lying nearby. Ji Heng sat on the embroidery stool, holding a needle and contemplating the dark garment on the embroidery frame. "Grandfather." Bai Lian crossed the steps to enter, and as usual, greeted Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai was right behind her, and casually closed the door to the courtyard, glancing at Jiang He without saying a word. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, Ji Heng showed him the floral design on paper. "Xiaojiang, does it look like this?" Bai Lian also looked over. Ji Heng had drawn a Dunhuang auspicious cloud pattern. It looked very wealthy. Jiang Fulai stood beside her, eyes and eyebrows lowered, his voice somewhat gentle. "That's correct." "Then it's settled." Ji Heng nodded, casually picked up the nearby smoking pipe. Having finished the drawing, he now had a plan in mind. Recently, he had been embroidering the same pattern, and he intended to use Jiang Fulai's piece to fend off boredom. Jiang Fulai took Jiang He home, with Ji Heng escorting them out the door. Jiang He waved at Ji Heng reluctantly. Ji Heng lit a cigarette and stood in the doorway watching them leave. The alley had streetlights installed a few months ago, and he stayed until they turned the corner. It wasn't until they were out of sight that he turned back into the courtyard. Bai Lian had never liked watching people leave. The first time she saw someone off was when Ji Xiaojun suddenly went to Jiangjing, but that time, she left before Ji Xiaojun did. Ji Heng didn't demand this of her. When he turned to close the door, Bai Lian was uncovering Jiang He's jacket to look at his creation, an image he had drawn himself and had made into Lego to scale. This is custom ordered by Jiang He himself. Ji Hung exhaled a ring of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. He has to pre-assemble it. I heard it's a birthday present for his brother. Jiang He had confided quietly to Ji Hung about this. Pura Street. Jiang Fulai strolled casually ahead, with Jiang He trying to keep up with large strides behind him. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Bai Lian about his paper. Applause. After opening it, the two little hands even enlarged for a moment, and Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow. As the tall and the short reached the car, he pressed the car key to unlock it and, to Jiang He's disbelief, opened the back door for him. Jiang He hesitated before climbing in. He hadn't often enjoyed such treatment, and once seated, he looked at Jiang Fulai in the driver's seat and shifted his legs. I'm a bit hot. Jiang Fulai glanced at the rearview mirror, started the car, and lowered the rear window slightly. The wind blew in. Jiang He felt a bit elated, and a bit thirsty. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road and casually opened the glove compartment of the front passenger seat, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and tossed it to Jiang He. His front passenger seat rarely had anyone bold enough to sit there. Ever since Bai Lian started sitting in the back, there was always plenty of food and drink. Jiang He caught the mineral water, growing bolder. The wind is a bit too. Finally losing his patience, Jiang Fulai gave a cold glance to the back seat. Sit properly. Jiang He. He immediately closed the vent on himself. The car slowly arrived at the residence, and Jiang Fulai parked and walked towards the entrance, where the garden lights were brightly lit. Su Nanjing lounged casually on an elegant recliner, idly scattering a handful of fish food. The koi that he had fed all day were too lazy to nibble again, barely flicking their tails. Seeing Jiang Fulai return, he sat upright, tossing aside the fish food. Jiang Ji. Jiang Fulai nodded towards him and continued inside, while Jiang He trailed behind, clutching the bottle of water. Su Nanjing greeted Jiang He. Jiang He didn't even lift his head, ambling along and ignoring him. Chapter 478. Miss by 188. Have a good meal _3. Look, he only talks to people with high IQs, Su Nanjing said to Xiao Bingwen beside him, paused for a moment, then added, like little sister Bai Lian. Although Jiang He was young and knew few characters, he was innately extremely sharp with numbers. Xiao Bingwen knew that despite Jiang He's young age, many professors valued him highly. His talent set him apart from ordinary geniuses, putting him on par with He-Wen and his peers. Hearing Su Nanjing's words, Xiao Bingwen simply said, isn't it because of his good looks? I used to think so too. Su Nanjing thought back to the scene he saw at noon, sighed, and took back the fish feed to continue feeding the koi. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Bingwen indeed didn't understand, so he changed the subject. The contract is settled here. I have to go back to Jiangjing in a couple of days. The welcoming party for the newbies at Jiang University is about to start. I wonder if Liang Wuyu will go. And for He-Wen, I don't have any solution. What about your grandfathers? The Su family and the Xiao family shared common ancestry, and this summer, a batch of students from Jiangjing University were facing graduation. With fierce competition in the talent market, some would choose to be affiliated with foreign companies. The Su family patriarch entrusted this important task to the Xiao family. Don't worry, he knows exactly what's going on in his mind, Su Nanjing said lazily, leaning against the railing. As for He-Wen, he's not someone who can be invited just by. His thoughts suddenly turned to Bai Lian, and he stopped speaking mid-sentence. The next day, Monday, Bai Lian still arrived at the classroom early. She wore her loose school uniform with the zipper pulled all the way up, her hair neatly tied back, and the first thing she did was to look at her desk mate. Yang Lin had been arriving very early every day lately, not missing a single class. She was bent over, copying mistakes into her notebook, her hair just below her ears hanging down, completely covering her side face. Bai Lian leisurely withdrew her gaze, set her backpack down, and kicked her chair back before carelessly sitting down. Pu Xiaohan came in yawning, morning. She greeted Bai Lian, and sat down sideways. Seeing Bai Lian on her phone, she thought she was reviewing her lessons, but wait. Are you watching a video? Pu Xiaohan bent down to see that Bai Lian was watching a jade carving video and hesitated. After all, it was rare to see Bai Lian doing anything other than studying in class. Bai Lian placed her phone on the desk, her left hand resting on the edge of the table, her right hand lazily propping her chin. Modern technology is really advanced. Advanced? Pu Xiaohan hesitantly watched the polishing on the screen. Wasn't it just a polisher with some pointed attachments? She didn't understand but didn't ask any further. Bai Lian continued to watch her videos until the first period when the principal distributed exercises, and the teacher explained them. After listening for a while, Bai Lian silently took out her phone and continued watching videos without sound. Wang Qi saw Bai Lian secretly watching her phone and took out a cake to eat in secret. Zhang Xiais used to eat with him, but now Wang Qi was alone. The academic director inspected the classes early, seeing Wang Qi not paying attention and sneaking cake, asking his desk mate if they wanted some. The director knocked on the back door and called him out. The academic director was serious. The college entrance exam is coming up, and you're not paying attention in class. What are you eating? Taro Xiaobei cake. Wang Qi touched his head. Academic director. As everyone knew, Zhang Xiais and Wang Qi from class 15 were both fools. Wang Qi reacted only after being called out, and returned to his seat with the cake. The chemistry teacher on the stage looked at him coldly. Wang Qi silently put the cake down and glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was still openly watching her phone. Could the chemistry teacher and the academic director not see her? The chemistry teacher on stage could clearly see the conduct of all the students below. It was the first time the chemistry teacher had seen Bai Lian playing with her phone in class. She must have her reasons for being on her phone. The chemistry teacher even suspected she was studying a difficult problem on her phone. No way, big sister Lian. Wang Qi, sitting on Zhang Shi's desk, one foot on the ground, leaned over to watch for a long time before realizing it was just a video of jade polishing. Are you watching this for hypnosis? Bai Lian slowly looked up, her slender fingers sliding to the next video. Anyway, I don't eat taro xiaobei. Damn, hahaha, taro xiaobei, several others in the class laughed. And from then on Wang Qi, like Zhang Xiais, forever lost his own name. Xiaobei xiaobei. Xiaobei. Monday afternoon's last period was always homeroom. The students in the class worked much harder this semester than before, so Lu Lingxi didn't have as much to remind them about. After the class, she asked Bai Lian to stop by the office. Class had just ended, the hallway was crowded, and Bai Lian didn't push through the crowd. Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and the others were waiting in the classroom for Bai Lian. Bai Lian had been watching videos for almost the entire day, and now she finally opened the app to check this month's challenge questions. Her ranking climbed quickly, already surpassing Ning Xiao. She received many messages, but most of the red dots were blocked by the plugin Jiang Fulai sent her. Only the official message turned from a private message into a banner at the top. The 5.1 app meetup will be held at the Jiangjing University Auditorium. Transportation and accommodation expenses will be reimbursed. Please fill out personal information as required. http://JJDX. Bai Lian glanced at it and swiped past. She didn't fill it out. 3 minutes later, the crowd thinned out and Bai Lian picked up her phone and walked outside as an unfamiliar phone call came in. A landline from Jiangjing. She guessed it was a call from Su En's office and answered it. Hello. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, tinged with curiosity. May I speak with Bai Jian? Chapter 479. 189 Outstanding Talents Emerge. Show Preview, Second Update. _1 Bai Lian turned a corner and sidestepped two students coming downstairs, heading down. She raised an eyebrow. And you are? The voice on the phone clearly hesitated for a moment, as they probably weren't expecting a girl to answer. Only hesitating for 2 seconds, it continued. I am the main person in charge of the Jiangjing University app. May I ask if you are the owner of this phone? The app registration required only an invitation code and a phone number. That's all their backend could retrieve. Walking upstairs with her head down, Bai Lian replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's me." The curiosity increased on the other end of the line. The annual freshman mixer is starting soon, to be held at the Jiangjing University Auditorium. There will be senior students sharing their experiences. We haven't received your information yet. Aren't you planning to come? Emphasis was placed on Jiangjing University and the senior students, hinting at a great opportunity to expand one's network. It was rare for anyone to miss it each year. Except for Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu. Everyone was quite curious about this by Jian, who had suddenly appeared. After all, she had already become the standard for answers. With those two also taking an interest in her, many were eager to learn who she really was. Bai Lian politely declined. "Sorry, I don't have the time." She said a couple more words and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the office at the comprehensive building of Jiangjing University, the bespectacled young man was still holding the phone to his ear. People around him grew impatient. What did she say? Who is it? Did you find out? Will she come? Everyone in the office looked at him. The young man came back to his senses, pausing slightly. Don't know, she probably won't come, a female student. Ask her again. Someone beside him grabbed his arm pleadingly. You must convince her to come. Do you know how many are searching for information about her? On the second floor, when Bai Lian arrived at the office, only Lu Lingxi was there. Seeing Bai Lian, she smiled gently without speaking right away. Bai Lian was in no hurry and patiently waited on the side. About 2 minutes later, Lu Lingxi finally opened a drawer and took out a stack of money. Bai Lian, this is Yang Lin's medical fee. She handed the money to Bai Lian. Bai Lian tucked her phone into her pocket and did not accept the money, only looking at Lu Lingxi, her eyes deep and inscrutable. Is this from you on her behalf? She knew that Lu Lingxi had always been concerned about Yang Lin, and that for a time even Yang Lin's tuition fees were paid by Lu Lingxi. No, it isn't. Lu Lingxi sighed lightly, knowing she could not deceive Bai Lian. It's from someone else on behalf of Yang Lin. As to who it was, she did not say. Yang Lin will pay back the money she owes me herself, Bai Lian said calmly, still very polite. Is there anything else, teacher? Lu Lingxi may have anticipated this response. She put the money back into the drawer, sighing deeply. Forget it. I'll give it back to her. You better head home. Bai Lian noticed the teacher's use of ta, and returned to her class, leaving with Pu Xiaohan and others. What did Lu Mom want with you? Pu Xiaohan asked Bai Lian curiously. Yang Lin had dashed off right after class for her part-time job at the milk tea shop. Bai Lian started to fib. She asked if I was under a lot of pressure. It's definitely a lot of pressure with only 90 days left, Pu Xiaohan believed without doubt, feeling a bit melancholic. After the exams, we'll be in different cities. Today was Monday. After writing homework in the milk tea shop for a while, Bai Lian packed up her bag. Why are you going home so early today? Pu Xiaohan looked up. With an indifferent shrug, Bai Lian threw her backpack on and stood up, her loose hair casually framing her eyes, her tone lazy. Yeah, got something to do. Purist Street. Mao Kuan was helping the store manager carry stock, his blonde hair accompanied by a towel over his shoulder. The boss, while lugging beer, looked worriedly at the bruise on his face. Did you get into a fight? Stop carrying, I'll do it. I fell on the stairs. Mao Kuan quietly moved the beer inside. You think him a fool. The boss didn't believe him for a second. Seeing Bai Lian saunter slowly by, he said to her, always fighting, and now he's trying to fool me. Dressed in her blue and white school uniform, with her black bag slung over one shoulder, Bai Lian blinked, gazing earnestly at the boss, her expression innocent and voice sincere. He really did fall. I watched him fall. The boss hurriedly turned back. Look at you. How can you be so careless? Mao Kuan. Chapter 480. 189 Outstanding Talents Emerge. Show Preview Second Update. _2 He grumpily finished moving the goods, then wiped his hands with a towel before picking up a red bag from the ground and handing it to Bai Lian. I found these at the auction, but why did you buy such expensive things, sis? Bai Lian was quite the penny pincher, normally opting for buses over taxis. Mao Kuan had never seen Bai Lian purchase anything substantial. This was her first time buying something so expensive, and it was 2 items at that. 20,000 apiece. Opening the bag, Bai Lian glanced inside. There were 2 pieces of jade, square in shape around 4 to 5 centimeters each, with some slight imperfections, uncarved. She took out one piece and held it up to the streetlight, squinting. The clear base with water-like inclusions in the jade made her complexion appear cool and pale. When it was bought, Mao Kuan didn't think it looked very nice, but now, under the streetlight, he thought his sister had a good eye. "Where are the tools?" she asked. "It'll take a few more days," Mao Kuan replied. Sipping on the milk the boss had given him, his eyes slightly narrowed. "They're rare in Xiangqing, usually shipped from Damping City." "Okay." Bai Lian stuffed the jade back into her pocket and took a box of Wangzai milk, methodically unwrapping the straw. "Have you signed the contract?" "Signed it ages ago," Mao Kuan grinned. "Xiaoqi is handling things in Jiangjing. When are you heading over there?" "After the college entrance exams," Bai Lian replied nonchalantly. Throughout the entire month of March, Yan Lu's popularity in the entertainment circle refused to wane. In mid-March, Come Here Friend began its marketing, with plans for a simultaneous broadcast on Jiangjing TV station and online at the end of the month. Once the news broke, those outside the entertainment industry were rather oblivious to its significance. But inside the circle, there was astonishment. Getting on satellite TV was tough enough, let alone on Jiangjing TV station, where variety show auditing had become increasingly challenging over the past 2 years. Who could have known that Come Here Friend would pass Jiangjing TV station's audit? Once the positioning of Come Here Friend was known, countless entertainers eagerly reached out to the show's team, expressing their desire to join the program. Friday, after school in the afternoon, Bai Lian picked up her backpack, her eyes fixed on the problems displayed in the app. Pu Xiaohan was introducing a good shampoo to Yang Lin. Beside them, Tang Ming was asking Bai Lian about the social event he had seen mentioned in a message long ago. Ning Xiao had never brought it up with her. "Are you going to the mixer mentioned there?" Without looking up, Bai Lian gave him 2 words. "Not going." It was just like her. Ning Xiao wouldn't go either. Tang Ming was slightly interested, but with neither of them going, he couldn't be bothered either. "Is Sister Lu's show being broadcast simultaneously next Sunday?" "Yes." Wang Qi's eyes lit up with excitement. "The show's official announcement has been made, and everyone must watch it the moment it airs." Bei Bei, the tall boy next to him, rested his hand on Wang Qi's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. "Weren't you a die-hard fan of Manxi?" Wang Qi immediately wiped the smile from his face and expressionlessly pulled the boy's hand off. It wasn't clear whether he was unhappy with being called Bei Bei or with the mention of Manxi. Ning Xiao went straight home after the evening school, and Bai Lian, aware of his grandmother's health situation, didn't ask further. As she stepped out of the school gates, she saw Jiang Fulai waiting at the corner. Su Nanjing wasn't on his cool motorcycle, but sitting in the back seat, having nearly finished his busy tasks, though he hadn't returned to Jiangjing. As Bai Lian approached, Jiang Fulai, touching his Bluetooth earpiece, his brow slightly furrowed, exuded a sharp chill in the evening sunlight. When he saw Bai Lian, he handed her the printed paper. "Bai Lian, are you reading this?" Su Nanjing got out of the car, loosely holding sunglasses, his fingertips pointing towards the paper Bai Lian had taken, showing a moment of hesitation. He had always thought it was something Jiang Fulai, the specialist, was reading. Bai Lian nodded her head. "Any problem?" Su Nanjing snapped back to reality, recalling the matter with He Wan, and shook his head. "It seems there isn't." Jiang Fulai took off his Bluetooth earpiece and put it in his pocket. He turned slightly, his gaze sweeping past Su Nanjing and settling on Bai Lian. "Going straight home?" Bai Lian, looking at the messages on her phone, replied in a drawl. "Not heading back just yet. I'm thinking of buying a TV." She had received several messages during class. Dean Jian was always timely. As soon as Bai Lian opened the message, one popped up. "No new songs this month. Bai Lian, soon." She continued scrolling through her messages. Jiang Fulai looked down at her, feeling hesitant for the first time. "A TV?" "Yeah," Bai Lian replied to a few messages, including some from Mei Yi and Yin Lu. Lifting her gaze slightly, she continued. Grandpa doesn't have a TV at home, and next Sunday, I might want to watch TV. The show with Yin Lu, and after that. Chapter 481. 189 Outstanding Talents Emerge. Show Preview, Second Update. _3 There was also Daeong. Ji Hung liked to listen to the radio. He didn't have a TV at home. Next to him, Su Nanjing reacted quickly. Little sister by Lian I brought. Before he could finish, he saw Jiang Fulai standing beside him with the car keys, tall and elegant, watching him with a calm and lofty presence, his eyes cold and proud as if nothing had changed from before. But Su Nanjing could sense a hint of lethal intent spilling from those light-colored eyes. He forcefully changed the subject. My big brother Jiang, he has a great eye for selecting TVs. Jiang Fulai left without him, and Su Nanjing stood there alone, forlorn, watching the black car disappear into the distance. He stroked his chin. What TV to watch on Sunday? He was not familiar with entertainment, so he took out his smartphone to consult with Xiao Bingwen. Xiao Bingwen was in Jiangjing, and he quickly returned the call, his voice sounding a bit tired. Nanjing, I'm not sure about what TV, but Yin Lu seems to have a variety show. Su Nanjing was just asking casually. His eyes caught sight of a milk tea shop and he strode towards it, his tone indifferent. Is something up on your end? Somewhat, Xiao Bingwen said, massaging his temples softly. At the freshman mixer at Jiang University, someone remarkably talented has appeared. Someone who could potentially rival Liang Wuyu. But I haven't gotten any insider information. I heard Liang Wuyu is going there too. Targeting that person. The milk tea shop was busy. Su Nanjing glanced around and queued up among the crowd, his expression serious. Who? Meanwhile, at Tianhuan, in the studio of the popular artist Lu Yang. Lu Yang had just finished his work, and none of the staff in the studio had left for the day yet. An assistant cleaned up his desk, picked up his smartphone and saw a notification. Come here friend has a premiere date set. Jiangjing TV station will broadcast concurrently online. And Yin Lu's guest is Mei Yi? He spoke out instinctively. Behind him Lu Yang, clad in a designer outfit, saw his smile disappear in an instant. The agent, aware of the show's recent popularity, followed with a sigh, from Jiangjing Music Academy, going on Jiangjing satellite TV. And that composer, we were going to. Lu Yang was originally supposed to be the guest on the show with Yin Lu. Realizing Lu Yang's mood had soured, the agent swiftly changed the subject. But look at the netizens' comments. Even though the show is trending, it's not necessarily good for them. Variety shows need to have impact. It's not like filming a drama. The buzz in the entertainment circle comes and goes in waves. Only this time Yin Lu's popularity kept soaring due to Jian Zhongyou and the mysterious composer. And once Come Here Friend was officially announced, many fans and bystanders took notice. The agent opened the official Weibo account for Come Here Friend and found a teaser video posted there, less than a minute long. It was mysteriously edited and the netizens could not discern much from it. Doesn't teacher Mei Yi rarely appear on variety shows? Am I the only one who thinks he's not cut out for it? Honestly, neither of them seems right for variety shows. From the trailer, other than teacher Mei Yi, the rest are outsiders, and there are even a few students whose faces aren't shown. A lot of outsiders? Then there's really nothing worth watching. Yin Lu's networking in the entertainment circle is poor, isn't it? Why didn't she invite Bai Jian and Dean Jian? If they were on the show, wouldn't it explode with popularity? I also thought Yin Lu could get at Jian, and at Jian Zhongyou to come, somewhat disappointed. Anyway, since those two bigwigs behind Yin Lu didn't show up, we'll just appreciate Yin Lu and Mei Yi's looks. If it's outsiders, let it be outsiders. The focus isn't on them anyway, who cares who they are? Chapter 482. 190 Lian and Mu family's true prodigy _1 suppress each other. Look, Lu Yang's agent shrugged nonchalantly. Netizens all say there's nothing worth watching. Yes, netizens say there's nothing to see. But they didn't say they wouldn't watch. Given Yen Lu's and the show's increasing popularity, as long as the two of them didn't make any major mistakes, the program's heat would still be very high. Most importantly, Yen Lu's arranger, Jian Zhongyou, was a true master of art, and the lyricist and composer who hadn't appeared yet, although not yet seen, had a name that resonated through the music world. Lu Yang looked down and slowly fastened his buttons, saying nothing. He had debuted with the persona of a noble son, and at the time Yen Lu was being criticized all over the internet. The studio worried about affecting his image, and after weighing the options, they decided to give up on this opportunity. My fault, the agent stared at the phone's side. I shouldn't have let them make that call. It's too rare to receive charcoal in snowy weather, to form such a modest but precious friendship. Now all they could hope for was that Come Here Friend would not become a huge hit, so that Lu Yang and his heart could feel a bit better. As soon as Come Here Friend was officially announced, the buzz didn't die down. All the major video self-media were riding on this popularity, analyzing what the refined Mei Yi and the cold beauty Yen Lu could possibly do together. Xiangqing Electronic City. Bai Lian took off her coat, wearing only a Chinese button-up shirt. After getting out of the car, she stretched languidly, casually looking for the elevator sign. On the other side, Jiang Fulai took the car keys. This way. Bai Lian had already walked to the middle. She lifted her chin towards the left, her voice lazy, having seen the elevator around the corner. The phone rang, still that call from Jiangjing. If it wasn't for the fact that the caller was from Jiangjing University and in a way, belonged to the same lineage as her, Bai Lian was a little tempted to block the number. Classmate. The man's voice on the other end of the phone was already helpless, having tried to persuade her for so long to no avail. His eyes darted around. We have a top 10 app commemorative gift. Can I have an address to send it to you? Bai Lian waited for Jiang Fulai to come over, smiled. No need. Ah, the voice on the other end sounded disappointed. It's a unique cultural creation of our first president, a little copper figure. The first president? Bai Lian's hand tightened, unsure if it was the person she was thinking of. Can I pick it up myself? Ah. The person was not accustomed to this request, paused. Oh, that's fine, I'll give you the address. He quickly repeated the address, then added. Is it too long or too complicated? Haha. I'll add you on WeChat and directly send you the detailed address. Thank you, Bai Lian slowly said. I'll have my uncle come and pick it up. Clearly she remembered it. The other person. On Friday evening, there were more people in the Electronics City than usual. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai stepped out of the elevator, they attracted quite a few stares. Both had straight backs and were exceptionally stunning to look at. You too, the salesperson saw them coming in, and even though they were in a mall, it felt like she was suddenly dazzled by sunlight, and said with uncertainty, Are you here to buy a TV? Bai Lian wore a Chinese button-up shirt with blue school uniform pants, a white earbud in her left ear, and loosely held a Huami phone in her hand. Upon hearing the question, she smiled politely at the salesperson and nodded. Yes. Jiang Fulai followed behind her without a word. His daily life was dull, accompanied most often by books and computers, spending much of his time in the laboratory. He kept his brows restrained, his usual aloof demeanor. The salesperson was captivated by Bai Lian, and led her to the TVs, making introductions as they went. Because of their distinguished presence, she subconsciously directed them to the high-end area. Bai Lian glanced at the prices, tilted her head slightly. Are there any cheaper ones? The salesperson was momentarily stunned, then quickly guided them to another section. These are considerably less expensive. Bai Lian nodded, looking at the TVs without showing much understanding. Behind her, Jiang Fulai picked up a nearby brochure. His fingers were long and well manicured, and after casually flipping through a few pages and examining the specifications, he put it down. The resolution is too low, it won't do. Next one. This one is too small, not suitable for your grandfather's house. Refresh rate is too low. It doesn't even support HDR, why buy it? At first, the salesperson was enthusiastically introducing TVs to Bai Lian, but eventually, she couldn't get a word in edgewise. If it weren't for Jiang Fulai's intimidating presence, she might have cursed out loud. Enough with the chatter, Master Jiang. Bai Lian glanced at him. Then she pointed to a TV that Jiang Fulai hadn't berated too harshly. Thank you, this one will do. Jiang Fulai just followed behind her, his gaze shifting towards a nearby bestseller priced at 9,999 that he thought was passable. After all that picking, he felt this one was acceptable. Chapter 483. 190 Lian and Mu family's true prodigy _2 suppress each other. His gaze on the 99.99 was too obvious. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and poked his arm with her cell phone, lazily warning him, try buying it. Jiang Fulai struggled to take his eyes off it. After buying the TV, Bai Lian brought it back. Ji Hung was embroidering flowers in the yard when he saw Bai Lian enter with a cardboard box, with Jiang Fulai lazily trailing behind her. A black backpack slung over his arm. What's that? Ji Hung put down his needle. A TV. Bai Lian placed the television set in the living room, cleared the tobacco and a heap of messy wires off the left cabinet, along with the big cabbage plush pillow, and moved them onto a nearby chair, preparing to set up the TV there. Ji Hung followed behind, took a look, and brought the pillow back to his room. His living space used to have few possessions: cooking utensils, furniture, tobacco, and a tobacco pipe. Now the living room was filled with puzzles belonging to Jiang He, odd pieces of disassembled electric motors and copper wires that Bai Lian had brought home, not to mention the plush pillows. There was even a small machine in the storehouse a while ago. Ji Hung felt that his courtyard was about to explode with stuff. Uncle Ji, an embroideress, walked by and upon seeing smiled. Alien bought you a TV. Now your home will be lively. I've long said you should watch more TV when you have nothing to do. With his tobacco pipe in hand, Ji Hung grunted in agreement as he watched Jiang Fulai flip through the manual, connecting the TV to the network. Ji Hung's place used to have no internet until Bai Lian, worried that young people would be bored without it, made sure to wire the courtyard. Now it certainly came in handy for setting up the TV. Bai Lian wasn't too good with such electrical things, so she watched Jiang Fulai do the setup. Operating the TV wasn't difficult. After installation, Jiang Fulai switched the TV on. While Bai Lian was out getting something, he casually activated all the annual memberships, about 6 of them. Bai Lian came back with 2 backrests made by Ji Hung, only to find Jiang Fulai putting away his phone. She set down the chairs. What are you up to? Nothing. Jiang Fulai bent down, slowly picking up the remote control. If she knew he had purchased memberships that almost equaled the price of the TV. Jiang Fulai cleared his throat, then called Ji Hung over to teach him how to use it. Evening. After Jiang Fulai left, Bai Lian was busy in a small room next door. Outside, Ji Hung was video calling with Ji Xiaojun, showing off the living room TV. Shen Qing peered over and saw an advertisement playing on the TV on Ji Hung's side. Dad, did you get a TV? Alien bought it. Ji Hung blew a smoke ring, a faint smile on his face. She has a friend whose variety show is airing next Sunday. Make sure you guys watch. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xian's face also rarely showed a smile. The butler and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses sat opposite, not interrupting the family gathering, quietly listening about Bai Lian having a friend in the entertainment industry, though it didn't seem like a big deal to them. It wasn't until Ji Hung asked him that the butler looked up and spoke to Ji Hung. Mr. Ji has great talent. Why did you let him go study art? As he spoke, the butler seemed somewhat regretful, because Ji Xiaojun was very smart, almost catching on to things instantly. Ji Hung didn't respond, but Ji Xiaojun spoke up. I liked art myself. I understand, it just feels like a pity. If you had grown up in the Mu family, you could have had access to the best resources, the butler said, sighing. Perhaps you would have worked on research with Mr. Mu Qiong. Mr. Mu Qiong? Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing heard this name for the first time. Mr. Mu Qiong is the only son of the second master, a rare genius appearing once in 100 years in the Mu family, the butler said with bright eyes. He skipped grades all the way, started his doctorate at 22, a Mensa member. Back then, our Mu family had such glory. He didn't continue after that. Ji Xiaojun knew about the young generation of the Mu family almost being completely gone, and didn't ask further. Xinqing picked up the phone, changing the subject. Dad, where's Alien? She took the phone to her room to talk with Bai Lian, and Bai Lian's voice faintly came through. Aunt, can you and Uncle help me pick something up tomorrow? After the others went in, the butler turned to Ji Xiaojun. Why doesn't your father want to come to Jiangjing? He was asking about Ji Heng. He won't leave. Ji Xiaojun closed a file and paused, then added. But that was before. What do you mean? The butler sat up straight. You know, Alien. My dad has never bowed his head for anybody over these many years for my sister. But she is different. Chapter 484. 190 Lian and Mu family's true prodigy _3 suppress each other. Would he come if Bai Lian persuaded him? Ji Xiaojun also wasn't sure, but Ji Heng had too many things in Purist Street that he couldn't bear to part with. Niece, the butler recalled Bai Lian, but the impression wasn't deep. I remember, isn't she a high school student? Yes, Ji Xiaojun nodded. She's about to take the college entrance exam. When she comes to Jiangjing, my dad may not be able to let go of his worries. The butler nodded, discussed today's tasks with Ji Xiaojun, and then left. After going out, the middle-aged man with glasses beside him couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jia's niece? She's now in Xiangqing, the butler replied. After Ji Xiaojun came back, they only checked on Ji Xiaojun and Ji Sheirong's information. As for Xinqing, Bai Lian and the others, they hardly did any research. The college entrance exam is starting again this year, huh? They didn't talk much about Bai Lian, and the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. This year, only one person from the collateral branches is taking the college entrance exam. The middle-aged man said softly, I am not expecting him to achieve the top position like Mr. Mu Qiong, but it would be a blessing from Mr. Mu Qiong in heaven if he makes it into the top 10. The butler said, trembling as he leaned on his cane and stepped down the stairs. The next day, 6 o'clock, Bai Lian woke up, and as soon as she opened her bedroom door, she heard the faint sound of a TV from the living room. Ji Heng woke up very early today. He cooked porridge and bought fried dough sticks and egg pancakes, now sitting in the living room watching the local TV station's news. Today, Qi Yundai would personally check on Zhang Xiai's, leaving Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai some time to themselves. Bai Lian leisurely finished brushing her teeth and went to the small room next door, where a carving machine was placed, surrounded by a pile of other tools she had taken apart. Ji Heng would always come here when he couldn't find something. She sat on a small stool, with two almost identical pieces of clear-bottomed jade on the machine table. The jade had plenty of water, and at nearly 1 centimeter thickness, it was transparent even against the hand, but due to cracks and a small piece of yellow jade, both had flaws, so they were priced low. For 20,000 yuan, the seller probably didn't dare to ask for a high price from Mao Kuan, and gave them to Mao Kuan at the raw stone's original price. The two pieces of jade had been roughed out. The main outlines of the god of longevity and the Kylin were fully sketched, with the approximate shapes pushed out, and the high and low points were clear. Bai Lian picked up a piece of jade, and started to outline the god of longevity's finer details on the roughened surface. She skillfully incorporated the peach onto the spot of yellow jade. Her drawing skills were always good, but her carving skills hadn't caught up. She had been studying the jade carving machine for over half a month, and after she finished drawing, she used a triangular awl to outline the edges. Bai Lian's drawing looked pretty, but the carving turned out to be passable at best, not particularly attractive. She lowered her head, slowly finished the rough outline, made a few more adjustments, then put down the jade pendant, feeling that she should stop for the day or risk ruining it. That she hadn't wrecked the piece until today was entirely because it was expensive, and she didn't dare apply too much force. When she stepped out of the room, she immediately saw Jiang Fulai standing under the banyan tree. It wasn't quite 8 o'clock, and the sunlight wasn't too intense. Specks of light scattered through the leaves and landed on his face, which was mostly cast in shadow. He wore a casual white outfit. A printed paper curled in his left hand as he lightly tapped it against his palm. I didn't see you come out, he said with his back to the sunlight, standing under the shade of the tree, speaking at a leisurely pace. I thought you might have forgotten while watching TV. He looked at Bai Lian, his light-colored eyes concentrating, but since he didn't see her, he had come to find her. Bai Lian was rarely late. After saying a word to Ji Hung, she left with Jiang Fulai. After they left, the aunt by Ji Hung's side smiled and spoke with a bit of emotion. Uncle Ji, look how great Xiaojiang is, an alien too. When little Shen was sick, you saw how she was even steadier than you. If my own child could be 1% as worry-free as they are. Ji Hung put down his needle, heard the words, and just smiled without responding. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were both young, merely naive youths stepping into society in Ji Hung's eyes. Having been through so much, Ji Hung knew well that no one is born invincible or phoenix reborn. It takes immense ups and downs in life to reach such a state. After all his experiences, he felt he was not as stable as the two of them. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun both got up early. Ji Xiaojun had finished his training, and then asked his teacher for leave. During his time in Jiangjing with Shen Qing, when they had neither training nor classes, they rarely went out. This was the first time he asked the training manager for leave, who was momentarily stunned and quickly reported to the butler. The call from the butler came swiftly. Ji Xiaojun had just left, and Shen Qing was checking the unfamiliar bus schedules. Are you going out? Every day Ji Xiaojun was personally taught something, and it was only on weekends that the company's manager would take a break from teaching him hands-on skills. The butler was surprised by Ji Xian's request for leave. Is there an emergency? Yes, Ji Xiaojun had only found out the night before during rest time from Shen Qing that Bai Lian needed them to pick up something for her. Alien needs us to pick up something. It's at. Just take the bus when it comes, and get off at the 7th stop. Ji Xiaojun took note, walked towards the bus stop with calm composure, trying to appear as if it wasn't his first time at such a place. Shen Qing clutched Ji Xian's sleeve, swallowed nervously, and looked around uneasily. Jiangjing University was a place beyond her wildest dreams. She had never imagined she would enter one day. What kind of thing does Alien have here? With many students and some from other schools coming to attend lectures passing by, nobody seemed to notice they looked like country bumpkins marveling at sophisticated surroundings. Shen Qing gradually relaxed. They soon found the administrative building and entered room 303. The office in room 303 was small, with a long table in the middle and 8 chairs on each side. 5 people were arranging documents inside. A round-faced man approached to ask whom Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were looking for. Upon hearing they were fetching something for Bai Lian, the round-faced man's eyes widened. You are Bai Jian's uncle and aunt? Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Upon hearing the name Bai Jian, the other 4 people looked over curiously. The round-faced man shook hands with Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing, invited them inside, and poured them tea. Please wait, my colleague is bringing the memorabilia. In the meantime, he tried to subtly gather information about Bai Lian. Ji Xiaojun was cautious, always able to keep his composure. Holding his teacup, he expertly avoided their probing questions. The office staff didn't manage to learn much and were slightly disappointed. 10 minutes later, the memorabilia was delivered. The man handed it to Ji Xiaojun with a formal gesture. This is Bai Jian student's commemorative medal. Ji Xiaojun looked at the exquisite gift box in the man's hand, with a landscape painting on the outside and just the word Liang. Not knowing what was inside, but seeing how seriously the man regarded it, he accepted with both hands. Thank you, comrade. You're welcome, the man smiled, looking down at the medal. This medal is quite hard to come by. Only 8 newcomers received it this year, and your niece is the first to not collect it in person. Chapter 486. 191 On behalf of Alien goes to Jiangjing University, broadcast, second update. _2 Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaojun was even more surprised. In his mind, he wondered, what kind of medal had Bai Lian actually received? At the end of March, the 31st, Sunday, Bai Lian came back from the library very early. And after asking Wang Qi about Come Here Friend, airing on the channel, she sat down in front of the TV with a stack of papers by 7 o'clock. Since there was an extra television in the house, Ji Hung had made 2 new chairs with backs in the last couple of days, placing them opposite the tea table. The TV screen wasn't big, but Ji Hing's living room was small, so the distance was just right. Director Chen sat near the door, with Ji Hung beside him, Jiang He next to Ji Hung, and Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai beside Jiang He. What's on TV today? Director Chen didn't know what was playing today. He sat beside Ji Hung, and the two of them shelled peanuts together. Is Great Yong airing yet? No, Director Chen remembered that Great Yong wasn't set to air until May. Yen Lu's variety show. Bai Lian listened to the commercial jingle, and leisurely flipped a page of her paper. A pen was wedged between her right hand's pinky and ring fingers. Yen Lu Director Chen remembered this girl. He had dealt with her case before. Bai Lian's phone was on her lap, continuously vibrating with messages. The Class 15 group chat. Wang Qi. At email protected. Everyone pay attention. Come Here Friend is about to start. Wang Qi. At email protected. Everyone pay attention. Come Here Friend is about to start. Wang Qi. At email protected. Bai Lian. Who's the admin? Get him to manage this. Within 2 seconds, Wang Qi had been removed as an admin. Wang Qi. Pu Xiaohan. Hey Bebe. Bai Lian switched back to WeChat, where Ji Xian's video call had come through, and she answered it, turning the camera towards Ji Hing's side. On this side of the phone, Ji Xiaojun greeted Ji Hung and Director Chen, and upon seeing Director Chen there so late, he asked, Xiaochen, why are you all there? Yen Lu's TV show. Director Chen leaned in to explain to Ji Xiaojun. They are all prepared to support Yen Lu. Ji Xiaojun also remembered. Right, I'm about to watch it too. As he spoke, Ji Xiaojun turned on the TV and asked Director Chen which channel it was on. Shen Qing didn't know how to operate the TV here, so she left it to Ji Xiaojun. Just then the doorbell rang. She went to answer it. It was the butler and Xiaojia. Butler. Shen Qing always behaved very formally towards the butler. She stepped back to let the butler Indiana. The butler walked a couple of steps inside just in time to hear Ji Xiaojun calling out to Xiaochen. Who is he talking to on the phone? He was a bit surprised. Ji Xiaojun had very few friends besides a group of students and colleagues, and the name didn't sound like Bai Lian or Ji Hing's. After closing the door, Shen Qing explained. He's on the phone with his family. Alien's Friends TV show is starting tonight. Xiaochen is at her grandfather's house watching with Xiaojiang and Jiang He. As she spoke, Shen Qing started to feel homesick. The butler felt a headache listening to the litany of names, and raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Ji Xiaojun adjusted the TV and a smile appeared on his face. Right, the show hasn't started yet. Also, Alien, should I send you your medal? No need, Bai Lian's voice, somewhat distorted, came through the radio. I'll come to pick it up during the summer vacation. The butler quietly sat down on the sofa and placed his walking stick to the side. Shen Qing talked to the butler. Alien's medal. It's very beautiful. The butler, lost in thought, gave a perfunctory hum upon hearing this, clearly not paying attention to Shen Qing's mention of Bai Lian's medal. After Ji Xiaojun hung up the phone, the butler finally looked towards him. Now that the initial assessment phase is over, Mr. Ji, are you ready to change your surname and transfer your household registration? Ji Xiaojun was also quite silent. He had moved his household registration away when he got married to Shen Qing. These things didn't matter, but changing his surname. Xiaojia stood next to the butler. Mr. Ji, once you transfer your registration, you'll have Jiangjing household registration, still within Chang'an district. Nowadays, so many people couldn't get Jiangjing registration even if they wanted to. I know, Ji Xiaojun nodded. I'll discuss it with my father tomorrow and then transfer. The butler knew Ji Xiaojun wouldn't refuse these things. He talked with Ji Xiaojun about some details and prepared for the gene verification. 8 o'clock. Come Here Friend started airing on the TV station on time. After the opening credits, the show featured Yen Lu welcoming teacher Mei Yi. They were fine on the variety show, it's just that they didn't talk much, lacking chemistry. The live commentary was blunt. These two are a bit dull, huh? Surely the whole episode isn't like this? They should bring on some industry insiders. There's another episode later. Aren't there a few students in the promo video too? What's Yanlu doing? Like teacher Mei hasn't eaten every kind of cake. All right, the butler glanced at the television screen, where he saw a group of stars he didn't recognize in a car, apparently heading for a trip to Xiangqing. He withdrew his gaze. You should call me when you've decided on a good time. He picked up his walking stick and turned to leave, with Xiaojia following him. In the moment he left, the television displayed a group of people exiting a vehicle. A middle-aged woman had an upright back, exuding authority. Hello, Sun Dan. Who is this random person trying to get some screen time? She doesn't even know Yan Lu. In Beicheng, in Lu Yang's studio, his agent breathed a sigh of relief. As you can see, the result is truly mediocre. He turned to Lu Yang. Lu Yang was reading a script with his head down and glanced at the computer screen without saying anything. The agent chuckled and relaxed his back. His greatest fear was that this variety show would also blow up, but it seemed that there was little chance of that happening. Until looking back at the TV again, just a minute later, the direction of the live comments shifted. Wait, Sundan? Oh my god, Qiandu came back. It's really her. What's the meaning of this? The agent frowned, quickly took out his phone, opened Qiandu, and searched for Sundan. The first page that popped up was all about her. The ID photo matched the person on the TV screen exactly. The agent, reading the introduction below, was completely stunned. Chapter 487. 192 hits a new high. Who exactly is Miss Bai? _1 Sun Dan, formerly the Deputy Director of Jiangjing Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Now the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief. Being the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief was one thing, but the line above was unsettling. What average person could climb to a high position in Jiangjing? Why would this person be in Xiangqing, and even appear on Come Here Friend? That was until her family relations were introduced. Her grandparents' names could be found in recent history, and then there was her husband, a name almost everyone in the entertainment industry had heard of, Zhang Weiji. Lu Yang's agent, looking at the profile on Qianka, seemed to understand why Come Here Friend was broadcast on the satellite channel. He subconsciously looked towards Lu Yang. Next to him, Lu Yang was looking down at his phone, probably having received a message about Sun Dan. Even as an agent, he found himself speechless and unable to offer comfort to Lu Yang. We shouldn't have refused Yan Lu. Otherwise we might have added Madam Sun on WeChat. If Dean Jian seemed like the moon out of reach, someone they would never cross paths with in their lifetimes, then Sun Dan and Zhang Weiji were the flowers of earthly riches. Not to mention Yan Lu herself, with the show Come Here Friend cuddling up to the powerful leg of Jiangjing TV station. Was the wealth that awaited in the future even in question? Lu Yang's lips pressed together, his facial lines extremely stiff, his heart filled with regret and frustration to the point of nearly suffocating. Brotherly is still okay, a nearby assistant murmured. The one who should regret the most must be Enqi. Everyone in the circle knew that Enqi had bundled up with Yan Lu for their debut. After becoming popular, he immediately brushed Yan Lu aside along with their CP, and started public relations with Manxi. Moreover, he had PR smear Yan Lu for constantly leeching Enqi's popularity. At the time, he had cut ties with Yan Lu so cleanly and decisively, probably never considering the possibility of her making a comeback. But who knew? Yan Lu really did make a comeback. Even before Great Yong was broadcast, her popularity had already caught up with the top tier. When Come Here Friend was aired, her popularity soared even higher. Purist Street, Jiheng's home. Director Chen was casually watching television. On the screen, Mei Yi and Yan Lu were already walking along the two internet celebrity streets of Xiangqing, with many tourists waving at the camera upon seeing the filming, and the crew didn't avoid any of them. After checking in at the puppet shop, Mei Yi and Yan Lu went to the martial arts school across the street. As soon as the door opened, they saw a group of bare-chested people practicing various weapons on the left, and the camera gave a close-up to a man wielding a long spear, his arms tanned and muscled, with sweat dripping down along the lines of his muscles. Family, got an urgent matter and am heading to Xiangqing, sprinted. To the right, on several rows of wooden stakes, only one strong and stern man was hopping lightly across the stakes on the right. Holy crap, is that light body Qinggong? Have I just not been online for a few months? Has Xiangqing secretly been cultivating immortality behind our backs? Seems like we can no longer hide our magic from foreigners. Lighting a cigarette. Officials, give us his Weibo or video account. Director Chen, eating peanuts and with his legs propped up, watched and commented. Mr. Ming doesn't fit in at all. As he spoke, on TV Mei Yi handed a long spear to Yen Lu. Wanna try the spear you usually use? Yen Lu took the long spear. Director Chen was startled. He put down his peanuts, sat up straight, and clapped his hands without blinking an eye at the screen. She knows how to use a long spear too? On the screen, Yen Lu was dressed in a loose casual outfit. Her smoky blue short hair lightly swayed with the wind, and she held the spear in her right hand and pressed the butt with her other hand. Using her waist strength, the spear then thrust forward like a swimming dragon, swiftly stabbing behind her. The camera perfectly captured her poised stance, casual yet effortless. The people practicing long spears next to her were genuinely impressed. I haven't learned it well, Yen Lu smiled. I didn't manage to bring out even 1/10 of the might of this move. Viewers began screaming frantically in the bullet comments. Is this a backthrust spear technique? I've never been so excited for Great Yong. Not like this, you're calling this not learning well. Yen Lu isn't being modest. Look at her smile. She's definitely thinking of someone who plays it better than her. So who is that person? Not just the online commenters, even Director Chen took a deep breath. He stared at the screen, then remembered and took out his cell phone to send a WeChat message to the elder. She's even more proficient than Yu Hongyi, Director Chen said excitedly as he looked at Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian. And she even says she hasn't learned well. Jiang Fulai was sitting loosely in his chair, appearing uninterested in the TV, only glancing at Yen Lu's spear. Average. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.